Hello, 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 hello. Yo, yo. Capper has a new paper. Yeah, I'm out of Cure. I got out of Cure a while back after it went crazy. Kind of felt like it went up too much. I didn't even know they had. I mean, I guess it's not surprising they had an FDA meeting. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe they'll change their mind. I mean, it's a very weird situation. But you know, when a stock goes up so much so fast, I kind of, unless it's really special, I tend to get out. And I wanted to stick to my quantum shorts, so I basically sold that immediately. I'm really just short only. Where's my P&L? We're all talking about Cure, Qure, which is the topic du jour. FDA's decided that the Cure data is not good enough to get approval on. Dad life is good, thank you. Excited to see Sarepta's numbers. I think it'll be good. All right, let's see some quantum bleeding here. I like this. Oh, good for you, Andre. Yeah, Huntington's has a pretty big community. I don't know. It kind of feels like maybe it's a buy down here, but I also feel like FDA is gonna not chicken out at some point. This is the FACO trade. FDA always chickens out. The Elon post didn't really make any sense, and obviously isn't helping these stocks. So, I mean, if Elon got into quantum computing for some reason, that would be very odd. And yeah, I'm not sure what he'd want out of that. The FDA has been wild. You know, I kind of like Biohaven. Biohaven is kind of a. Oh man, I didn't get a chance to buy it. That sucks. It was down like 20, 30%. You know, Biohaven is Cedar, not Seaber. Seaber's that seems to be the only place going crazy. So I didn't study the extropic thing too closely, but I'm very happy that Beth is getting some time in the sun. Elon said something about quantum on the moon. Didn't really make too much sense. Wagwan. Yeah, I agree that the FDA is a bit of a shit show. You got Vinay sitting there like, I make the rules around here. Me. Toppy's in. Oh, Toppy's in. There's a lot of crazy posts on Twitter, man. Some Looney Tunes. Wagon, mi general. So how do you guys know this stuff? Secret Jamaican slang. Uh, it's hard to say if, how much of a bubble we're in. I think we're obviously in a bubble in some stocks, like Joby and Oklo and Quantum and stuff like that. But will they throw out the baby with the bathwater? Yeah, it feels like the FDA is very much capricious right now, a little shambolic, to use one executive's favorite word. But what are we going to do? This is part of biotech investing. This is why you always gonna kind of have to keep it on you, as they say, where I'm from. When that stock doubled, data looked good enough for approval. I bought it, I sold it. Next question. I feel like Floyd Mayweather after Victor Ortiz, accusing him of hitting him with a dirty shot. That's all she wrote. Touch gloves. Just protect yourself at all times. Boom, boom. That's all she wrote. But no, in all seriousness, Biohaven's a really exciting one. I've been talking to a lot of people about Biohaven. We'll have to see, how exactly, that's you got it exactly right, Josh. Josh knows. We're basically going back to a time in FDA where it's double-blind, placebo-controlled trial, or nothing else. And I'm not sure that's a bad thing. It's certainly possible that we go back to that time, and that's, not awful. I do think we're in a different place from that FDA. So if you look back to 20 years ago, I guess I can. Was that what, did he beat Goresh and then threw the queen into the crowd? That was like a rock star move right there. That's Bon Jovi. No, so the 90s, basically were dominated by statins, ARBs, atypicals, which are D2s. These are the biggest classes of medicine. In the 2000s, you had TNF alpha. And then let me sort of show what the rare disease world was. You had Gaucher and the other, mostly Gaucher there, and then the other ERTs. And then you started to get into gene therapy, especially for DMD and other areas. And so, if you think about, this continuum, let's see, what else was big? Some of these medicines needed flexibility, some of them didn't. So the FDA provided flexibility for some of these things, like Gaucher. Let's say, I don't know, MS drugs were big in this era. I guess what I'm saying is that to go back to a time where you need only RCTs feels off, because RCTs make sense for populations that require them. So you could still do RCTs for PD-1 and GLP, but we're starting to get to a point where, I've said this many times over the last 5 years, we're in a period where there's sort of vanishing numbers of diseases. The amount of diseases left to treat has become, fewer and fewer, as these will never need new treatments in practice. Right? Statins and ARBs are generic now, as are D2s. And so as time goes on, a lot of these drugs go generic. Cystic fibrosis here. And cystic fibrosis, there was a double-blind RCT that worked really well. For DMD, there wasn't. And then for SMA, it depends. There were yeses and nos there, but back in like PNH era for eculizumab, you had double-blind placebo-controlled studies. I'm trying to remember what happened with Gaucher. I want to say there was not a double-blind placebo-controlled trial. So it's hard to discern a trend, I guess, but it seems to me that going back to an era of prove it, trials need to work, period, no flexibility, no interpretation. The purist in me says that's not such a bad thing. We're running out of diseases, so we're going after these little diseases, and we need to kind of be flexible about them. I guess like you look at AD here, didn't do much revenue, but kind of a murky approval there. And each division of FDA has its own opinions. Like Biohaven is at neuro, which has like traditionally been very forgiving. And then you have Cedar on top of this. Tidmarsh resigned? When did Tidmarsh resign? Placed on leave? What? Personal conduct probe. Damn. Wow. Long-standing vendetta against Kevin Tang. I thought he worked for Kevin Tang. Yeah, I was busy repairing a database and with my family yesterday. That's wild. So what happened? He was the CEO of La Jolla for Kevin. Data falling out. When did he resign as CEO of La Jolla? I think I remember this. He kind of fucked up, maybe. Didn't do great at La Jolla. Did La Jolla get acquired, by the way? I think it did. Is it Aurinia now? I don't know. Oh, Kevin's very successful. Yeah, Philip, I don't know. The RWE study did work technically. My portfolio has been looking svelte lately, so I need to get back up to. I need quantum to hang in there. He made some LinkedIn post. I saw the LinkedIn post. Risk is tightening up. Keep some powder dry. What happened to Capper? Somebody said there was a. a paper, right? Oh, God. Benetech had some news today that looked interesting. Quarterly earnings with Sarepta. Okay, is this another quantum head fake? It goes down 5%. You start to pile in, feel comfortable and short again, and then just gets smacked.
Comp news alert, OpenAI, Amazon strike $38 billion agreement for ChatGPT maker to use AWS.
Yeah. It's pretty much my whole portfolio, short quantum. It's been an interesting ride. Not a huge fan of biotech, but I don't know. I'm keep an open mind. Yeah, I'm still long spruce. I did add a little bit to it. I don't really trade government bonds. That's not my thing. Yeah, I haven't looked at the new paper from Capper, but I don't I expect it's a lot like their other bullshit. I'm not sure if Tidmarsh leaving affects Sarepta or not. I mean, look, everything's obviously in a bit of disarray. The chickens are clucking. Cluck, 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 cluck. FDA is running amok. What's going on? The chickens are quite upset. You know, this is why I wouldn't say I don't miss drug development, but I would say that, like, man, it's a tough space, especially rare diseases. But, like, you either have the goods. The thing about drug development, I mean, you either have, in my opinion, you like, if you don't have the nuts, poker talk, I guess, for a second, you got to be really careful about drug development because it's like just the craziest risk you're taking, putting your everything in, is regulated in FDA, right? There's no, everything you do is FDA has to bless it. And the FDA at any moment can decide, no, we're going to do it this way, or no, we're going to do it that way. And, there's not much you can do. You can't sue the FDA. I mean, it's really hard to beat them. Their scientific opinion tops yours. So you basically have to go in there with my view, the way I do things is you try to go in there with the most kind of like conservative viewpoint you can. Because if they, have this perspective that's conservative, you have to deal with it. Now, if you can get, a little bit of leeway, that's great, but it's really hard to you can see how my old company, Trevere, is sort of handling this. I'm not really close to the story anymore, but it seems like they've navigated it okay. But it's one of these things where every medicine has this question mark, where it's not exactly simple to resolve every dispute and every question about it. And I really am kind of like that old school believer of like either you have like I would never want to be Unicure or Sarepta as a company owner or company manager, because it's like you're going to FDA with the hat in hand, right? You're saying, please let me get approval. And that's just, you don't want to ever be in that position in life where you're sort of begging and pleading. Now, somehow Sarepta got away with it, partially because the, really, really tough disease. It's that sort of makes sense. These kids have this terrible illness, but that's not what you want to base your whole existence and company on. Like just praying that the FDA sees it your way. You want to deliver results that are like, okay, we hit statistical significance. You want the FDA to like roll out the red carpet for you and be like, we're so proud of you guys. Way to go. Way to make America look great. That's the kind of thing you want. And obviously medicine is messy and it doesn't always work that way, but the perspective has to be, we didn't hit the primary endpoint. It failed. It doesn't work. And unfortunately, the problem with that is that we've had this slippery slope where it's like, well, you have to have compassion for patients. And if patients are saying, we want this, but it doesn't work, what do you do? It's a really tough place to be where it's like, I hear you. And this is kind of a political partisan thing. Like if think about it from the political perspective, if you're dying and you say, I want a chance to live, I need this drug, go F yourself. Who are you to tell me what I can and can't do to save my own life? Even if this drug doesn't work, I want to take it. Now, the FDA, the Democrats, to some extent, I hate to make this partisan, but it is a bit of a partisan thing. It's a liberty thing. The Democrats say, no, we know what's better for you. And we know that this drug is dangerous. We know better than you and your doctor. And, sorry, not sorry, but you're not getting this thing. And if you want to get it, you can get it in a clinical trial. Why do we're not going to let you, take the risk of having it FDA approved when you can take it, just take it in a clinical trial. Now the company says, oh, we can't afford to give you this drug in a clinical trial because there's a lot of costs that come with this. We need the reward of an approval. And the FDA says, sorry, you're not getting that from us. Well, you can do all the clinical trials you want. That type of dynamic is kind of the problem that's at the situation here. Because ultimately, if you were trying to do that for I don't know, an Alzheimer's drug or a diabetes drug, maybe diabetes is a better point than Alzheimer's. It's simple to say, go do another trial. Nobody's going to be. There's no problem with waiting. But if you have a disease for DMD or Huntington's, look, my life is on the line right now. I can't wait. And the fact that these trials can cost hundreds of millions of dollars doesn't help, right? So it's a really tough place to be. Yeah, we'll do that soon. The biggest cost in clinical trials is recruitment, opening up trial sites and paying patients and stuff like that. Cure, I mean, I don't know what to do. It feels like there's nothing to do here. I mean, you could see it work both ways. FDA is well within their rights to say do a real phase 3. At the same time, you got people dying and of Huntington's. You got a brain operation you have to do this trial. But if I'm FDA, I'm going to say, listen, I want to know that your drug works, and so you do a control group, and we could take it from there, you know. And I think that's quite reasonable. So I really don't know what to tell you. You know, it's this really tough position. And I thought the FDA has historically been pretty forgiving in situations like this. They're, you know, pretty generous and, you know, just would approve it. But I think, you know, clearly there's a move in the opposite direction. I do think the FDA gets it right on balance. And again, it's a matter of perspective, right? I mean, if you take the patient perspective here, this drug should be approved. If you take the scientific perspective here, the drug should not be approved. Oh, we're definitely doing it, Flood. Just trust. Trust. Hyperliquid seems to be taking over the world, whether I like it or not. So whether I like it or not is irrelevant. But yeah, we are on it. Exactly. Kev makes the point here, which is, you know, our job is not to gamble. You can gamble on any stock on my front screen right now if you want to. That's not what we do. We are trying to be careful allocators of capital. I mean, you can sort of try to sit and wait and hope that FDA will change its mind. I mean, that doesn't sound great to me. Now, if you have an edge on, you follow it really closely and you say, no, the FDA is definitely going to change their mind. I mean, I don't want to be involved in a soap opera. This isn't my, I mean, if I was running a hedge fund, I probably would, start to think about, okay, how do I force this? How do I talk to you want to really do diligence on this, you go ahead and I would talk to people in the Huntington's community, try to rile them up, try to get them, if they're not riled up already, how is the FDA saying no to this? Wage bloody war, bloody murder, we have to, go to war here for our patients, our family members, our loved ones. And you just go ham. And, now you're still kind of gambling, but it's a risk-adjusted gamble. And as I've said before, like, it's $100+ stock if they got approval. The stock stalled out at 60 something. I sold it at like 50 something, to be honest. And, that's where we're at. It doubled so fast that, there was no reason to stay in there other than greed. If you want the last $2 of every trade you're ever going to make, like, to me, that's, for me, I sold. I thought there were better trades out there. I don't blame you if you stayed in, but, if you stayed in with your whole portfolio, crazy overinvested, then don't blame me. I still, kind of like the drug, but I think the FDA is well within its right to take this perspective, which, you try not to go all in on something unless it's bulletproof. And even then, you don't know if it's going to be bulletproof. Like, you look at Abivax, right? It's kind of bulletproof, but we don't know the patent situation on Abivax. So, like, there's no perfect investment. I think tenacity is way more important than IQ in investing and in investing, it's sort of this, like, uncommon common sense. IQ probably is a net negative after the right amount. I think you got to be clever, but you certainly don't have to be a genius or a math genius or something like that. And I'm happy every time I look at a math book and I find myself confused. I'm a little bit happy because it means that I'm not a genius, at least, on that level. That there are a lot of people smarter than me, and I'm happy for that, because if you're too smart, I think there are a lot of people in investing who are they're too smart for their own good. And I think, if you watch videos of Druckenmiller and stuff like that, no doubt he's clever, but he probably is not doing quantum physics. Business, I think, is, a mix of being clever and perseverance. But I think with both, you start to have diminishing returns and maybe even negative returns after 120 IQ. I think you probably do want those 20 extra IQ points, but you probably don't want 40 extra. How to be a genius. Unfortunately, you're either born with it or you're not. When I say math, I don't mean algebra or calculus. I mean real math. Differential topology. some shit like that. Let's see, what do I got here? Here we go. This thing. Metric spaces. Cohomologies. Yeah, exactly. German farmer common sense. Yeah, I have nothing to do today, so I'll be up after the close and so forth. All right, we're back to 300%. This portfolio is crazy volatile. 170K for me is 300%. 200K is 400%. I don't know if the FDA will reverse the cure decision. It seems like they would. But, I could see them standing tall too. Standing on business. Maybe I'll buy a little cure. I don't know. Because I'm also dealing with, you guys know me well enough that when I'm dealing with a binary endpoint, I try to clear binary event. I try to clear my portfolio and just focus on that. And Capricorn is coming up. Yeah, the quantums have been very volatile lately. I'm happy they're down. Yeah, name here, I think that's right. It's a bit of a coin flip that we have no edge in. At the same time, the risk reward is pretty good. I mean, the FDA, we're calling it FACO. The FDA always chickens out. They've chickened out with Sarepta. And, this government is quite malleable relative to old ones, where, like, the FDA used to, when they made a decision, that was it. You just could not change their mind. Now, you send some people to DC, you bark on social media, slide me 50 G's. I'm kidding about that. And before you know it, you might get an approval. I might talk to some people for you. But, that never used to happen. It used to be only you had a rat's chance in hell for them to reverse. People didn't even bother appealing. Slide me 50 racks. You guys slide me 50 racks. You want an approval. It's all about 50 racks. I don't know CRBU. Sorry. I just answered the question on Cure over and over and over and over again. I think it's probably 50-50, maybe 60-70% FDA reverses, so it's probably pretty good long. I just don't, gambling, Yes, I'm still in Spruce. Spruce Moose. No, 5% in spruce is okay. Yeah, this today is why people don't trade biotech. This kind of thing. This is why people say no mas. Everybody has to get hit once in biotech, and you say, you know what? Maybe I'm good. Maybe I don't need this shit in my life. I saw Scott Adams. I saw some people trying to fucking scam him with ivermectin. I feel bad. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Hey, Chris. Morning. Yeah, Carzon, it really depends. I mean, I think over the course of your investing career, like you should know these companies and stocks really well. Like I probably spent 10,000 hours just on Amgen. Morning. And that's maybe an understatement. So, you know, will that knowledge help you every time? Probably not. But I think the pattern recognition and the kind of like feel that some traders and investors have, you get a good feeling from that experience. Well, earnings week, there was a big earnings week last week. Uh, that was interesting. Very, very interesting for the hyperscalers, especially. Of course, we're live. We're live every day. There are dumb people on the internet. That's one thing you got to come to terms with. Not everyone on the internet. Is this live? You can look at the stock prices on the screen if you really wanted to and see if they're live or not. To get this module on Godel back up and running. It's been down for a few days. And I am almost done getting it back up. But it was some security issue we had to patch. A little painful. Less data because of the shutdown? I don't know. Economic data? I don't really care for economic data in the first place. I'm not a macro guy. Macro man. You want to be a macro man. I don't. Yeah, I'm mostly in this quantum trade, just waiting for quantum to disappear. It's been a very harrowing trade. Um, as you guys know, who've been following me, or you're in the trade too. Many hedge funds in the trade as well. You know, it's beaten us all up so much that so many people have been had their portfolios shredded by this thing. And I was talking to a hedge fund manager last week. We're both in a very good position where we're both short quantum and we both live to tell about it, which, not everyone has had that luxury. And, I'm lucky because I have all these other gains. I think he's in the same position. And so we're just going to get our quantum gains in, 2026. Now, maybe we'll get them right now. We'll see. The stocks are dropping. But that kind of thing is in some ways it's luck, in some ways it's skill, but, I have gains to give away to quantum that I can get back later. And, now up 302% roughly. This portfolio goes crazy because the base is so small. So when your base is that small, the tiniest returns will amplify because you're no longer running the same amount, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm gonna stay long for Sarepta earnings. Yeah, I think they're gonna have good earnings. I mean, there have been surveys, there have been little indications here and there that Sarepta's in good shape. Okay, quantum's down nicely here. Starting to recover some of my losses from last week. Last week was really rough. All it takes is one good week in quantum to ruin your portfolio. Hey, you missed a good family reunion. It was good.
Top news alert. Graphic tariffs, tacos, and dollars. Global markets in a year of Trump 2.0.
Yeah, Jamis, I think, we just go through different eras. Cassava was a unique era. Quantum is a unique era. We'll be back and doing other things soon. SPY flat, NVIDIA up, and quantum just getting decimated here, along with some other growth sectors. The factor trade is mean reverting. Quality had been vastly underperforming, and now quality is outperforming. And it blew out so hard. There was just no way for quality to stay that low. And now we're seeing that. We took the pain on this quality trade. So did Renaissance, by the way. And quality is a factor. I think I've taught you guys about factors. But if you haven't, you can look at factor models or factor investing or whatever. But yeah, each stock arguably is a linear combination. The performance can be explained by principal factors is beta. And then, you can sort of factorize every other component of why the stock is up or down. Could be because biotech stocks in general are up or down. It could be because it's a US company and not a foreign company. It could be because the company has exposure to commodity prices. There's factors that explain virtually all of the stock prices movement, except for, of course, alpha. And alpha is sort of this idiosyncratic thing that's whatever's left over. But yeah, big companies like UNH are quality, but it's more about like low quality outperforming, like companies without revenue, companies with low revenue. These are the stocks that have been the winners, right? We always joke like, oh, people want the safe haven of Rigetti, the safe haven of some of these dogs. They're not safe havens, but they've been acting like it. Well, that factor has to mean revert. It can't go up forever. If you look at a graph of that factor over a really long period of time, that factor has, blown out to epic proportions, and it has to come back down. Unless we're in a new paradigm where low quality companies somehow, beat the odds and all become high quality companies, which, the likelihood is practically zero. Some of them will, but, most of them won't. And that's the kind of, thing that we've all spotted, that something's wrong with these stocks. Something's wrong with the market, right? And we've all spotted that, and we're trying to take advantage of it and time it. But there's just like stock picks, factor picks are no easier, And like I said, if you're short, we said this so many times, but if you're short Rigetti, it's no different from being short Oklo. It's no different from being short Joby. And the fundamentals don't matter. The fundamentals are, it's a low quality factor. That's what's driving it. And people these days trade factors more than they trade stocks. That's what quants do. So we'll add some factor tools to Godel. It's probably one of the bigger things we're missing, to be honest. But you can guesstimate your own factors. And it's like that old Kramer, on the Kramer show, used to have a section called Am I Diversified? And it was like, Rigetti? Okay, Kramer, my portfolio is Rigetti, Oklo, Joby, and Unicure. It's like, okay, you got a biotech, you got quantum computing, you got energy, and you got industrial EVTOL. Yes, you're diversified. And like, obviously, no, you're not diversified. You're just long momentum. You're ultra long momentum. So you're diversified if you have a mix of momentum, value, and other things. B. Riley downgraded Rigetti? Wow. Times are changing. No more banking business to do. They're like, listen, man, You're gonna do offering or not? And they're like, listen, we don't need the cash. I'm really sorry. We just don't want to do an offering. B. Riley's like, man, downgrade that shit. Downgrade that shit right now. I thought I was supposed to be an impartial analyst. I said downgrade it. They're not paying us. They're not paying you. We're fucked. Downgrade the stock. I'm just kidding. I know all these firms have very sophisticated Chinese walls. Banking does not influence the analysts' opinions. I'm sure those guys never talk to each other. They're not allowed to. So how could they talk to each other? It's against the rules. Okay? When something's against the rules, it doesn't happen. Should I press quantum? I'm scared. I'm scared. I've been too much of a victim of quantum. I don't want to press it. You have enough short exposure. China number one. Oh, China number one. Yeah, I mean, you got a hold on my stock? I'm never doing banking with you. Fuck out of here. You couldn't even give me a little buy? Man. Yeah, these ratings don't really matter much. But it's kind of like the bank's way of saying thank you. Where are the Koreans right now? Our friends from Korea, Hangul. Gay. Nothing makes me happier that gay means dog in Korean. And it's like such an insult. You call somebody a dog in Korean, I think it's like really disrespectful. Some nice drops. Nice drop here. What do I do? What do I do? Hmm. I think Rigetti's still a short. Short more Rigetti, short more D-Wave, short more BTQ. Rigetti's still up a lot. Maybe I'll buy a very, very small token amount of Unicure. What a crazy chart, too, right? Unicure's chart is wacko. Yeah, I'm worried Capper is going to come a little later than expected.
QUBT has been pretty good to trade. Cover a little bit. It's worthless, but I don't mind playing ping pong with that one. It's a little more of a silly stock than a real one. So, buy some Sarepta too. Oops, wrong one. There we go. Oh, I should cover some Lays as well. It's dog shit. LAES. All right, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Just made some small trims and adjustments, nothing big. You always got to stay trimming your portfolio with a bonsai. A little bonsai tree, you know? Stay trimming. UNH is very high quality, I would say, yeah. Large cap, lots of revenue, lots of earnings. I mean, I don't really follow UNH that closely. I did not cover QC. I covered QUBT, but I'm looking to short that again. Covered some of it. Flying cars. I don't know, Nate. That's up to you. I'm just gonna stay long myself. No need to play silly games like that. Super Q Quantum Computing Inc. The fuck is that? All these guys are going public now. There's a lot of supply. Penny Lane apparently went public. Inflection. I'm gonna buy a little spruce. Buy more Sarepta too. Even Abivax is a buy, I think. Okay, all done trimming now. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. I have to get this database back up. It's been a bit of a pain. Inflection's still not public. They got their merger for sure. No, I didn't. NEJM is probably not going to be something to focus too much on, but yeah, we'll I only ever uploaded one into that, so I don't know. Maybe if you want it, I mean, I can definitely do it. NEJM is pretty affordable just on their website. But yeah, we sort of becoming a content aggregator. Yeah, I'd be careful with pre-IPO biotech. It's not so easy. A lot of zeros. It's a treacherous sector, just even in the public markets, let alone the privates. Yeah, I think that's our job is we basically just go pay people for content and you get it all in one place as an investor and you don't have to pay for it 85 different places. I think we're going to do that with a lot of different people. And it's a pretty, I think, useful thing, especially since, you may not use everything. If we pay for some special weather report, you're saying, oh, I don't trade nat gas. What do I care about special weather forecasts? But somebody else might. And then you might read the biotech thing and the nat gas person doesn't read the biotech thing. So, we can sort of afford to pay pretty good numbers for all these users. we have now. But again, it's still pretty early days for Godel. You have to give us a little bit of room and time to keep fleshing things out. I haven't looked at Moderna or Iova. I've been looking mostly large caps. I have no time between running Godel and monitoring the handful of positions I have. I thought I would have more time, but then I had this big database problem, so I had to fix that up. Anybody watch the World Series? Oh, that's funny. You guys were at the game. What a wild game. I mean, look, in World Series like that, man, both teams won. You got to hand it to both teams. Obviously, only one comes away with the W, but you can't be anything but proud of the Blue Jays franchise. I mean, this was a dog team for a long time. Dodgers are, very rich team. Yeah, I'll try to file the NBA. I love the NBA. I love basketball. I just don't have the time given the amount of things I have to do, especially now with the new baby. Forget it. But I'll try to catch games here and there. My kid's going to be pretty tall, so we're excited. Maybe he'll play a little ball. Not really a Nets fan, not really even a Knicks fan, to be honest. The Knicks turned most of New York off pretty hardcore. I was a Knicks fan when I was a kid, but man, the Knicks are just most mismanaged, team in history. When was the last time we won a title? It's been so long. That Bieber, that Jays pitcher, man, he looked so out of pocket up there. He was like the 10th fucking reliever. Eventually, you put in such a weak pitcher from such an important moment. Eesh, there's nothing else you could do, I guess. That man lost the World Series. Yeah, guy's balled in prison. Um, Nothing too crazy. Every now and then you'd get a guy who was decent, but it's a lot of old guys in prison. It's not really. A lot of Islamic guys, yeah. I've always liked PayPal. Repo is the definitely people talking about repo rates and overnight rates. Stress in the cash system. AMD shareholders buying GPUs for OpenAI. I'm not sure what that means. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, so the cash from AMD going to I'm not really sure. I get that. It's going to be good to listen to Sarepta, see how they did. Obviously, the drug was off the market for some part of Q3, but it's sort of back, right? When was it back? We should look at that. But either way, the real main thing is going to be what do they say about Q4? If it sounds like they're all systems go and people want to use the drug, the patients, families, doctors, that's the key. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I would say go back to what you were doing before, unless I get something else. I don't know what Sarepta's going to do on the guidance and all that, but I think they'll talk roughly, generally about it. I mean, I don't know if they're going to go through deep detail, but okay, so much of this shit to do. It's insane. Okay. Spies are up fractionally. Nvidia's up, but love to see the quality trade play out here. Mamdani, yeah. Tidmarsh resigning, chaos at the FDA, Cure small rally there. A lot going on here. Yeah, Spruce has a lot of cash now. They were gonna listen to Disruptive for sure. I mean, there's not much to Capper. I mean, I've explained it 100 times. It's just a shit show. Drug doesn't work. I mean, it basically can't work. Nobody thinks it works. Short more D-wave. I think Capper will go to 2. I like OpenAI. No, I don't use the levered ETFs. Those are kind of for suckers. If you don't know, then you just don't know. What can I do for? I can't help you. You can ask ChatGPT. It'll probably tell you. But yeah, it's those things are no bueno. Ed Zitron? Who's Ed Zitron? Sounds like a nobody to me. English author. He's a journalist. Wrote for Slate? Come on. PR guy? What does this guy know about companies? I can't waste my time with people like that. You saw what happened to Shia LaBeouf. Yeah, long-only investors tend to not get too much respect. I think you have to... Depends on your results, I guess. It's not like all long-short... Most long-short investors suck. Most long-only investors suck. So it's not like you can... You know, investing's hard.
Top news alert. U.S. stocks C&P 500 NASDAQ gain after Amazon OpenAI deal. Kenvue soars after buyout.
The shy thing is not, I think, real. That's lawsuit. I think it's just some BS. Like, you know how you probably guys get like lots of DMs about me, like oh join my private Discord or some shit like that. I think that's what happened to somebody, and they talked to a scammer and they're blaming the real shy, but the reality is it was a scammer that scammed somebody. Now, why would you want to be in a shy Discord? I don't know, but fraud bots, they actually work. And what was interesting, if you read the lawsuit, what they did is they're basically just like, go buy call options in this stock, and then you just split the income. It says basically it's like 50-50 that you'll actually hit, which is kind of wild if you think about it. Shy, I don't know how to say his name. Stupidity is the alpha. Always has been. Good, I'm glad. Lays is a real dog. No. Not really, Kaiser. You? Yeah. Yeah, I still like Sarepta. I'm not bisexual, no. Sorry to disappoint. I wish I had my soundboard. I would play Why Are You Gay? Why are you gay? Pickles, you ask me that all the time, and the answer is no. Sounds like you got some emotional problems, Pickles. Can't help you with that, dog. You got some issues, Stan. I am 5'9". Okay, something's winning in my portfolio here. What's going down? Just quantum, I guess. Yeah, D-Wave. There we go. My biggest short. Love to see that. Why only 237%? Well, that was the number when I started my stream. The number is different now. Do you want me to update it just for you? Don't know a lot about Ironwood. What happened from when? From Friday? From what? You got to try a complete sentence here and there because I can't read what's in your mind. So when you say what happened, I don't really know what you're talking about. This is called theory of mind. People with autism have a hard time with it. But I can't read your mind. Yeah, I think Sarepta hits 50. number does not change during the day unless I personally change it. That's why it stays the same, even though it's a very volatile portfolio. Crazy, I know. What's HBM? High bandwidth memory? I like anything related to HBM, yeah. Well, that sucks for you, Harry. You shouldn't have done that. Why? Do you have a gambling problem? I don't know, Reefs. I don't know. Yeah, I talk about shores a lot. Shores is not too useful commercially. Grover's is kind of a meme. You know, Grover's, I think most people don't really hold out too much hope for, given it's kind of a hard to implement algorithm. And it's not much of a speed up either. So that's just kind of the point there. I mean, Shores is really the only serious speed up. It sounds like a gambling problem. A lot of people in the stock market have a gambling problem. I would just, I don't know what to say. Try to avoid it. Hard to make money if you're gambling. I'm not sure there was a news day today on D-Wave, but I hear you. Every investment or trade is different. I mean, sometimes I think my short will work right away. Sometimes I don't. Can you guys see me? Hear me? I pretty much spend all my time looking at quantum, so yes, I see it. Of course. qubit D-wave down nicely here. Hopefully that continues. Like I said, the quality trade is reversing now. Yeah, Mamdani's gonna let us fund our port a little more aggressively. Put the money in the bag. There's no more police. Mamdani's here. Police aren't gonna help you. Now put the money in the bag. Gotta make this margin call. I need a haircut so bad. Ping pong quantum, man. I mean, it's better than it going straight up for sure, but every time there's this big dump, you know, it's hard to trust. It's really hard to trust that it's going to continue.
Top news alert. U.S. stocks sane in P500, NASDAQ gain after Amazon OpenAI deal, Kenvue soars after buyout.
Yeah, maybe we'll get D-Wave down 20% today. We'll see. Any other big earnings tonight? Yeah, we're gonna get Waymo New York. Beyond Meat. And I'm not gonna stream the earnings, but we'll glance at the earnings. That was a failed attempt at a meme. Attempt to make a meme stock. Sad. Ooh, I'd like to look at Dexcom. Best meat stocks. There's actually a bunch in China. China's got some great pork companies. Like they're massive. How do you hedge a short in a binary event if you don't know the date? Well, you make a smaller position. You use cash as your hedge. Oh, hey, Felix. I think the last I talked to you, you were calling me gay or retarded or something. I forgot what it was. Because I said baby mom. Well, Reefs, it's something you're going to have to get comfortable with. I don't know how to tell you. Yeah, I think it was retarded, but I don't remember. Possibly gay as well. Oh, yeah, I've been recognized a whole bunch of times. Twice in one night recently. It was very flattering. Everyone's super nice, especially here in New York. We don't have an HR department yet, but I do think we're going to hire our first HR person pretty soon. He was pretty much related to the baby mom thing. But anyway, I yeah. I need you guys to answer these frequently asked questions. I only update the performance as soon as I start the stream, and it does not update continuously. So you just get the instantaneous kind of return at that time. I also think, did I skip streaming on Friday? Kind of feel like I did, yeah. So I basically just market was up a lot Thursday and Friday for quantum, so I just kind of got hammered. But I'm back, but I'm not going to update the performance intraday all day. That's just not, I think, too useful. I think you have to be prepared for every stock in your portfolio to go to zero. Not at the same time, but if there's a stock in your portfolio would really, really hurt you if it went to zero, you probably have too much of it. And that's a you problem. Yeah, I didn't touch Cure. You know, of course, I wish I bought it for a 50% gain, but you know, I made my money on Cure. I sold it. I'm happy. I wish them luck. I don't want to gamble. Quantum's down nicely. I think it's going to go to zero. What do you mean? You have to know when to quit. I'm going to quit when they're at zero, or when they're down a lot at least. I don't have to go to zero. But D-Wave is still one of the most expensive companies in the world, and it's basically a fraudulent company. So I'm not. Why would I stop shorting that? Yeah, be patient. Be patient. Yeah, I need D-Wave back to single digits. D-Wave, unless D-Wave's single digits, it's extremely expensive. And even then, it's very sus. They're all pretty bad, Chan. I get this question every day. They're all really bad. There's no real way to say what's the worst quantum. They all have their really unique characteristics. They all could easily be the worst quantum, which is like very funny. Yeah, we get D-Wave earnings. When is INQ? Is INQ tonight? We'll do a quick Sarepta preview before the close. Yeah, go for it. I basically went all in at that price. Which, you know, you never want to be all in, but it was kind of do or die for me. And I don't know, Gabriel. If I knew, I would have infinite money. If I knew, okay, time, stocks, and the direction, that'd be fucking great. Might have infinite IRR. You know, think about it. Okay, so we get quantum week. So IonQ Wednesday, D-Wave Thursday, right? Exciting. Sorry, I have to restore this database that I broke. So that's why today's so boring. I always try to bring you the greatest in entertainment. Exactly, Anthony. We'll see if Godel has more revenue than QUBT this quarter. BTQ below 7. I love to see it. Love to see it. I don't think you can short Spruce, but I don't know. Yeah. I don't think the pipe holders will sell necessarily. I know most, not most, I know a lot of the pipe holders. I don't see them selling, to be honest. Yeah, I think you're a little too confrontational for people. But maybe, yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the stream. You know, if I'm gonna invest more in it or not. I really need the perfect person. And they kind of need to be in person on a set, I think, to do it the best. I like Meta. I am a founder of Godel. Yeah, there's a good one from TBPN, which is more venture focused, but very, very good. Maybe I should partner with them or merge with them. Yeah, I don't have the time. I bought some spruce earlier today. Like I said, you can't over-index to one stock. I mean, there's so many stocks to trade. You know, spruce is very likely to be a 5-bagger or more, but it's gonna take time. It's not gonna happen overnight. And there's certainly risk. It's not risk-free. There's liquidity as well that are, you know, obviously the liquidity is a bit choppy. So treat it like a venture, kind of like a venture. It's like a venture investment that happens to be publicly traded. I haven't looked at Novavax in forever. COVID's over. Okay, Tony, who cares? Let it go. Let it go down. You can't handle a stock in your portfolio going down. You shouldn't be doing this. I mean, I always leave a little room to buy more, but when I have a position I'm happy with, like let's say my average on a stock is 150 and I think it's going to go to 500, just because it goes from 150 to 100 doesn't mean I'm like, "Oh, I got to buy more." Like you could just leave it too. You still think it's going to go to 500, it's still a good buy, but you don't have to chase it lower and double down and triple down just because it goes down. You just wait. You're going to wait either way. If you're really convinced it's worth 500, it doesn't make a difference if it's 150 or 100 right now. Or the only time it makes a difference is if it gets close to 500. Then you got to trim it. Or if it goes so low that you really think it's better, not that it's a good buy. You got to think that it's better than your other opportunities that you have in front of you. I do think it's going to go to 500, yeah. Maybe more. But it's not happening tonight. It's not happening tomorrow, most likely. So you just got to wait it out. Let's watch the company progress, you know? Now, can you double down and buy? You should do it rarely, and you should only do it when, you know, there's a serious price dislocation. Not if your average goes from, you know, your average is 150 and the stock's at 140. You shouldn't be sitting there saying, "Oh, I gotta double down and lower my average." You know, that's a loser mentality. You know, most famous saying in trading is losers average losers. I wouldn't look at the past our online guys because the company's changed a lot with this new drug. Everything's different now that they have this new drug. I got to talk to a colleague real quick. I don't know about Cure. Like when it doubled so fast, I sold it. You know, obviously, you know, they're kind of in dire straits right now, but I do think the FDA will chicken out and give them approval. And in some ways, this is almost a good thing for them because now it forces the issue, because the stock was at 60 before and it was still like 50-50 what the FDA would do. It was pricing in a 50-50. So like now if the FDA changes their mind, we kind of should be going to 100 plus. And I think the FDA will change their mind. So it's kind of a great long. I still might buy some up here. It's up here and down here at the same time. Okay, I gotta be right back. Best book on position sizing is a really tough one. I mean, you need just experience, but maybe Ari Kiev's Trading to Win would be a good one. But also the Jack Schwager Market Wizard series are pretty good. Okay, BRB.
Branch merged.
Top news alert, Kimberly Clark bets $40 billion for Kenvue despite Tylenol controversy.
I don't know. I'll try chicken sandwich from there. I don't know about a deep dive. We've already deep dive. We can do a brief dive.
Top news alert, Trump administration to pay reduced food aid benefits using emergency funds.
Wow, Nvidia up 4%. Thanks, man. I had such a good time with my son this weekend. Although, I gotta say, his crying sometimes ticked me off. The good parts were more than outweigh the occasional crying. Maybe I'll get used to it, but it just kind of gives me a headache. Yeah, we got Sarepta on tap. We'll definitely. Sales expectations are really low, 336 and 351 for next quarter. I'm guessing they'll beat that. I think Palantir is a little bit more revenue than Sarepta. Oh, they don't have to beat. I mean, I think they will. I don't know. I think it's just the overall, anytime you have a business in transition, I don't think it's about specific numbers. It's just like overall, like, do they feel it's stabilized? Can they be comfortable with certain amounts of revenue? It'll be interesting, to say the least. New York City, man. Car alarms, honks. Construction. It's enough to make you crazy. So 336 is the net number. We're going to have to sort of parse a little bit which what's coming from what. Oh, yeah, the streets really come down. $336. That's like too low. It's insanely low. Yeah, I don't know how you can get that low. I mean, the company does kind of tell the street what to do, but maybe something like this. And the next quarter is 351, which isn't a whole lot better. Seems really hard to achieve, almost. Practically impossible. The kitchen sink is real. So I think anything above 90 for 11 discs would be great. Anything above 225 for PMOs would be great. It depends on how much that collaboration revenue, which is really kind of non-cash revenue usually, what that looks like. Definitely be interesting. Keep in mind, last time the company put it out as an 8K, so get ready for that. Gonna need even more coffee. I've been drinking. It's 2 cups now. You're gonna have a heart attack. I'm gonna say, no, I need to finish the Sarepta call. Sir, we need to operate. Operate after. Big news, and Kimberly Clark makes a bid for Kenvue. I think they did a strategic alternatives review, so they it ended up with an acquisition. All right, guys, I'm just going to head to the bathroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Don't despair. Quantum having a little comeback here. We can get some Polish stocks over the weekend, some other weird geographies. It'll be fun to trade that. It's more. Too locked in. Too locked in. I really have to do this thing before I get fired. Get around an hour and a half till the close here. Ah. Check. Who the hell is talking shit about me? Who's talking shit about me? Who the fuck are you? You lost money on what? It's your fault, idiot. Oh, that's sad. D-Wave CEO on Fox Business pushing for government ownership, but the company isn't useful. Their product sucks. Take responsibility for your own money, retard. You go in all in like a rookie. You deserve to lose all your money. I'm going to take more. Give me more of it. Yeah. Yeah, you're a legal genius too. You're not just an investing genius, you're a legal genius. We know. Man, get a job. That's what you need to do. Get a fucking job. Investing isn't for you. Quit. Quit investing. What do you say he did? Which stock did he lose money in? Which one? Which one was it? It was Cure? Both? That sucks. Bad luck. Bad luck, Brian. Well, welcome to biotech. Anyway, I gotta go. BRB. Sorry, I'm back. Is the loser still here? What a loser. 40% of your portfolio in some shit you don't understand. I hope you lose more. Retire? Bro, you never retiring. Retire? What do you have left? What do you have left? You have any? You have any left? You got anything left? Here's the first thing you got to do. No, seriously, I'll help you make it all back. I'll help you make it all back. Is dial this number right here. Let me see. Let me get the number. 1-800-522-4700. Dial that shit. You can call that number and see if they'll help you. Now, the other option is I can give you directions to Las Vegas. Poor guy. You're betting on who answers the gambling anonymous phone? Man, you degenerate. What the fuck is wrong with you? Can't gamble on that. It's a gambling hotline. Yeah, it's a good lesson. It's a good lesson for you. You're probably, let me guess, you're young? $52. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's over. It's over. Wrap it up, bud. Oh, no. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. 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 No, you're not going to catch me outside. Let's stay with some goons, dude. I stay with some goons. I always got people around me. You ain't shit. You ain't shit. You ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna do shit. Now go work a real job and get that money back. Don't try to invest ever again. Okay? Clearly you know what the fuck you're doing. Go buy a house. Do something like that with your money, man. Don't stop gambling. What? What the fuck you say about parole officer? What? What the fuck you talking about? Who the fuck you talking to? Fuck you say? I did 4.5 years. You can't talk to me like that. I didn't do them years for nothing. They don't fucking know me. Fuck you say? You careful. You careful. A joke's a joke till you get your jaw broke. You fucking around? Keep fucking around. I'm not the one. Not the fucking one. Torque got more money than you. Torque's 10 weeks old. He's 10 years old, man. Ah. It's all right. It's all right. You know, money's not everything, first of all. It's a lot of things, but it's not everything. Even my son knows not to go all in like that. Man, 1% of your portfolio. Try that first before you try 40%. 1%. How hard is it? You say, nah, I need 40. I need to go all in. You bought more in your portfolio than I did. Why? You know more about it than I do? You heard about it from me. But you bought more than I did. Fuck is wrong with you? Then you want to blame me. And when you were up, you didn't sell. I got to hold your hand through the whole thing? Man, my baby's more independent than you. Oh, bitch ass. Bitch ass culero. I mean, maybe, are you developmentally disabled? I mean, are you legally authorized to make investments? Do you have an executor or some kind of trust acting on your behalf? You might want to get into conservatorship. You should not be behind the wheel, bud, of any kind of financial transactions. You clearly cannot be trusted to make any sober decisions. Poor guy. Not for real. You know what? You should blame me, and you should blame whoever let you invest any amount of money or open any kind of account. Because clearly you don't know what the fuck you're doing. For matter of fact, sue E-Trade or whatever, because they're supposed to. Whoever gave you that account, Interactive, whatever, you should sue them. You should say, you let me invest without checking if I was disabled or not. And I lost a lot of money. I made these investments. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just pressing buttons. And I lost a lot of money. You should have stopped me. Should have gave me a warning. Something. Damn. Yeah, sue him. Sue him. Yeah, you should sue him. Tell him the kind of decisions you've been making. It'll be abundantly clear that you're not acting in, your state of mind is a little, I mean, is there a loved one that could also, explain that you were not? Man, you're 52 years old. You ain't doing shit. Stop fucking threatening me. I'm a real jail dude from New York City. Oh, well, fuck shitty city you're from. They make us a little tougher around here than that. It threats mean nothing. Catch me in the streets. Shut the fuck up. Well, the FDA gets to make up their own mind. I don't run the FDA. So too bad. I sold all my shit. I'll keep it real with you. I saw it double and I said, I'm out. I still have that money. Yours went like this. you know that noise it makes when it goes. It's gone. It's gone. It went to a short seller's pocket. I sold, bro. I'm good. I doubled my money in like a week. Right? You saw this shit went up so fast. What were you doing? You're sitting there saying, I'm going to be greedy. I'm going to buy more. Meanwhile, if you asked me, I was like, I don't know. It's gone up a lot. You might want to trim. But you didn't hear that warning. No. You just bought it. You know why? Because you're a fiend. You're no different than the crackhead on the street. You know what a crackhead on the street will do for crack? Just about anything. That's you. That's you. Just admit it. Yo, too bad, JPM. I don't have any duty or obligation to you. Did we make a contract where I have to tell you anything? No? Suck my dick. let me check. Hold on. No, suck my dick. I don't see the contract. Maybe you can forward me the contract we made. Yeah, try Quantum. Quantum's pretty good. You might be able to make it all back on Quantum. Go long D-Wave. Bagatosis. Oh, you bought the top. You bought the top of Cure? No, you didn't. You bought from me. I was selling to you, bruh. That's gotta hurt. You know, I may be out of shape, but turned you in a whole bag holder. Turned you out. Yeah, no, it's the same. It's some guy from before who I banned. Some retard, I don't know. I don't think it's their story is right. Some salty dude who's on the outside looking in. Sucks to be on the outside looking in. But it's a good story. I wish it was real. Bagaholics Anonymous. I wish I sold it and shorted to you for real, for real. I wasn't that good, unfortunately. I had no idea the FDA would do what they did. Yeah, of course we're gonna listen to Sir Up to the live. Yeah, whatever. Worthless and nonce. Not even a real fucking person. You're just a couple of letters on a computer screen. Suck my dick. Let me introduce you to my friend Sukma. Sukma Deek. He's Middle Eastern.
Trump news alert. Exclusive watchdog being ousted from U.S. housing regulator involved in Trump crackdown, sources say.
Sukma Deek. What do I not show accounts? Why don't you show accounts? You're just 5 letters on a computer screen. You got my whole account on the upper right corner. Who does that? That's what I do. Where's your stream? Sukma Deek. Sukma. All right, enough of this clown. That was a good entertainment clown. Thank you for your time. That was good. I enjoyed that. But I do have to focus. That was funny. I don't know. Everyone's wondering where Alexander, if those Novembers will hit or not. When is the data for Resolute? Can I even vote as a felon? Most felons are Democrats, right? That's why they made it so that maybe we can vote. I don't know. Mandani. 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 QC's coming to the moon. Let's go. That's bullish news. Why aren't the stocks up? I haven't, LSS. I'm too scared that today is going to be the last day. If I had a levered position, I'd do that. But Harry, it's not really your business, man. Not yet. We're trying to get that right now, Len. Our great partners at S&P Global. Mandani. I just don't want to snitch on quantum to the SEC. Feels wrong, man. I ain't trying to snitch. Cappers, what'd they say, mid-November? Where are the Koreans at? Yeah, you also don't need to get real-time futures if you don't want one, and then futures prices don't cost that much relative to the cost of a terminal. I mean, Bloomberg, you do have to pay like $400 or $500 a month extra for the data feeds, but like that's still only like 20% of the cost. Mandani. So what, he's Ugandan? Does that make sense? Oh. No crypto trades for me lately. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if he's Ugandan, and then what is he? What is his ethnicity? Oh, Sukma's here. What's up, Sukma? Have I seen Psi Quantum? Like in person? Yeah, Lynn, I think the price is going to be higher than that. But hopefully it can be a kind of thing where Quantum Office Tour? No, I didn't listen to the SLS thing. When are they going to put out data? Are they ever putting it out? Why are they hiding this data, man? Is Palantir tonight? Oh, you didn't tell me Palantir is tonight. Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't think so, Holiday. Something's weird here. It's been high time that they put out this data. Yeah, let's look at Palantir too. There's more Palantir. 206. Okay. Yeah, Palantir is a bad quarter. It could affect the whole market. But I mean, I don't know what kind of quarter they'll have, honestly. I have no clue. Alex Carp's crazy ass. Alex Carp. Yeah, man, I hope Cuomo wins. All these pretty girls voting for Mamdani. What's wrong with them? What is wrong with them? That's your boy, huh? You fuck with Mamdani, huh? That's the homie, huh? I really think Mamdani is like actually what we need for this city. It's like totally what we're ready for. A little socialism. I'm sick of these far right MAGA idiots. Okay, Palantir. Streets at 1.1 billion roughly. Guidance is roughly around there too. $1,180 for the quarter after. So went up around 100 million. Okay. Full year 4140. And full year after that 5630. Street went up a lot on next year. Volatile. We're shorting quantum. We're no longer giving anybody some handouts. These quantum companies have enough. Barron told me. He knows about the quantum. Obliterating the metric. Ow. Okay, let's see here. I forgot Carp's half black. 733. U.S. commercial 306. U.S. government 426. TRD. Ah, shit. I gotta take this. All right, guys, just 30 minutes away here from Palantir and Sarepta, both reporting quarterly earnings here in Q3 earnings season. Is Hims coming out too? Hims as well? I think Palantir will be beat pretty hard here, but we're just gonna have to see. Palantir has a lot of big clients. I think Sarepta both will go pretty well, but you know, you just never know with earnings season. I'm not sitting there trying to predict quarters. That's somebody else's job. I think they'll have good numbers. I don't know what the stock will do. Let's see. If they do 1,200, I think that would be good enough for the stock to go up. They guided to the top end is 1087. If they can kiss 1,200 or more, I think the stock can go up. It also depends on what they guide for next quarter. Streets at 1180. Streets gone up a lot, so they'd have to guide to 1,300 or more there, and then they would have to boost guidance obviously for this year to more than 4 billion. But you know, we'll see. Yeah, the bar is really low for Sarepta, needless to say. Yeah, I wouldn't say I burned anyone, Nasdaq Poppy. When I recommend a stock, I am completely free to sell it, do whatever I want. You know, when the stock went up like crazy, I didn't tell you to stay in. Did I tell you to stay in? You mad? You baggy? Aw, poor Baggy. Little Baggy. Little Baggy need a bottle. Oh yeah, you cry more than my son. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Shit, it's financial advice. I don't care. I can give you advice. I'm not your financial advisor, though. Well, quantum's just dropping, just giving back last week's gains. So, oh, he cries all day, little guy. He stays crying. That baby likes to cry. And you know what? Now he's crying when he doesn't have attention, which is really annoying. He used to cry when he was, had discomfort, which makes a lot more sense. Now he's just crying just to cry. Of course, Newegg is short. Mandani. Oh. Greedy bag holders. Don't hold the bag too long. You might start crying too. I had so much money. What happened? Oh. The stock went down. Oh no. I thought you knew it was going to happen every tick of the way. Thanks, Sarbs. That's nice of you for even looking it up. Oh boy, Dusty. Oh, Mamdani. Mamdani. Socialism. Mamdani. Mi bombo claro. 1246. Okay, quantum coming back down. I love it. I love it. Support levels. Gotta buy on support. Koreans are out of money, dude. They lost it all on Beyond and Open. They can't gamble anymore. It's over. No, I didn't listen to Rogan. I don't really listen to Rogan. It's not my jam. I went on Rogan and it was good. I promoted the Cybertruck. It's a good truck, you know. $3 hours. Didn't even mention quantum once. I don't even know what it is. Quantum on Mars. Yeah, I need that pardon, bros. Come on, bros. Give me the pardon. I know you're listening out there. Make that call. Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett on Rogan would be kind of goated. He's a swindler. What he swindle? How I vote? I'm allowed to vote? I'm glad I reached out. Oh shit, I gotta get ready for earnings. It's coming right now. Okay, Hims, Palantir, and Sarepta. Let me open up my Hims model. Well, this will be interesting. They give guidance. He's tremendous. They're all tremendous. Good. Carp tells it like it is. Make sure you try goodlterminal.com. Try that today. I don't know. Go for it. If I knew, I would let you know, but I don't know. That's a good question. $570 to $590 guidance. $580 and $632. Uh, 10 minutes. Why does this appear before? It's so weird. Okay. Is Vertex tonight too? What, you think I made those up? You got the Alec Carr poster on the wall. I don't understand what folders to the tabs means. You have to explain what that is. A little more detail. What's a folder to the tab like? Yeah, I still don't get it. Sorry, I might be a little dull here. I'm not a Palantir investor. I do trade it a lot, usually to the long side. Yeah, I'm not sure what the guy's trying to say. Emacs. Them. Folders to the tabs. I still don't know what that means. Play it off. What does that mean? So I don't know what that means. Collapse components. You want to be able to collapse components? Group tabs? Why would you group tabs? Oh, like Chrome. Still not 100% clear. Oh, you want a menu? Is that what you're saying? A menu? Why would you group the tabs into folders? Oh, you want different. Oh, I think I get this. How many tabs did you make? That's an interesting way of using the app, I guess. Well, you can make as many tabs as you want. How many tabs do you nested tabs? Why? I mean, well, I'll do it. I just want to understand why you need that. How many total tabs are you working with that you need to nest them? I think most people don't even have more than one tab. We can do it. Well, I mean, yeah, you can. I have 4 down here. I only use 1. Okay, here we go. Get ready. Fucking thing. Fucking thing sucks. Who will be first? Sarepta came out with a 8K last time, so I want to see if maybe that comes first. Who's ready? Is your body ready? All quiet on the Western Front. Shit's about to go crazy. Rushat, what do you know, Rushat? Quickest gun in the West. Down, down, down. Boom, boom, boom. Come on. Guys are distracting me. Said Rigetti closes a thing of beauty. What do you mean? Oh, I see it. Okay. All the quantum closes were good. Thinking 405. Yeah, that P&L came right back. I love it. Vertex beat. Okay, here we go. Ready. 3, 2, 1. It's out. Sarepta's out. 399 beats significantly. Sarepta's going to be up a bunch here. See if I can sweep some. Fuck. Hims is out. Palantir is out. Palantir, thanks for all coming out at once. 1 point, almost 1.2. That's pretty good. I would not chase Palantir up here though. That's not that good. I think that's around what you would expect. Let's see what the guidance looks like. 1, 3. Wow, monster guidance. What the fuck? Oh man, sick guidance. That's yeah, that's something. So you get 700, 2, 4. Wow. Yeah, I think Palantir is gonna go up. Sarepta's good. Hims, haven't seen it yet. Hims 600. Guidance 605 to 625. Ooh, guidance bad for Hims. That's really bad. Hims gonna be down a lot, I think. Obviously, that Q4 guidance is really disgusting. All right, Elevidus. What are they saying? Oh, Essence did not. Essence didn't meet primary. Okay, affected by the COVID pandemic. $370. Elevidus was 131.5. That's really good. Should get a V-shaped recovery for Elevidus. Then 238.5 for PMO, which was also good. Essence was 0.309. That's a continued kind of BS from Sarepta. They're protesting quite a bit about the Essence trial. Positive cash flow in the quarter. Yeah, the question is, will they pull the PMOs for that? I don't think so. I don't know. I'd buy. Let me think here. Yeah, maybe I'll buy some. Thought these fucking PMOs. I don't know why Hims is moving in the right direction. Wow, Sarepta's getting shellacked. I don't think they're going to take the PMOs away. But here, let me buy some. Extended hours. Ugh. This is kind of a known binary risk for Sarepta, but I don't think there was a conditional. There was accelerated approval. Is that the same as conditional? I think it is, right? Okay. Bought some here. 1944. It's not, it's also not for the other PMO, right? They want to get accelerated approval. That's a bit of a bluff. They want full approval, which is, a bit of a bluff there. I don't know why they would put that there. They're obviously not going to get full approval. All right, let me see if I can buy some more. Okay, bought some more at 1844. Wow. Jesus Christ. Good old Sarepta. 1779. Let's keep going. Raise the bid to 18. Missed it. I'll try 18 and a half. 1835. Damn it. Keep missing it. I'm surprised Hims is up. Hims' guidance was bad. I don't see. Hims is literally below consensus, right? Consensus 632. Hims coming in at 605 to 625. Maybe the expectations were for worse. Oh, active discussions with Novo. That must be it. Okay, that must be it. Because the numbers weren't good, but the active discussions with Novo is pretty good. That's bullish. Better than Novo suing the shit out of them, right? Yeah, I don't think they're going to remove the PMOs from the market, so never know with this FDA. Vinay is not the biggest fan. Ah, fucking Sarepta. I think I got filled. Oh yeah, I got filled. Let's see here. Got filled at 19 for another lot. All right. I'm a baggie. Yes, I am. Okay, how much did I buy? All right, I got a decent amount now. P-value 0.3. Come on. Did anyone expect the PMO to work? Isn't the whole point that we know it doesn't work? We've known this drug doesn't work for years. None of these drugs work. They talk about Elevidys. I mean, it's still really cheap. Yeah, I mean, if they did a bigger study, they probably would have met. Yeah, I don't think they're yanking it. Should recover. Pain in the ass. Call in 10 minutes. Please, cost of goods, Jesus. Why are the cost of goods up so much? Must be some weird. They've been able to grow net cash despite this sort of crisis. That's pretty good. No cash flow statement here. All right, well. Guess I'm a baggie. Where's Ian? Oh, I didn't have too much Sarepta. I still like it. I'm mostly just short quantum. Should I cover Rigetti or something and buy some Sarepta? I'll show some show some solidarity with you, baggies. Oh shit! Just missed it. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe it'll come back because there just wasn't a lot of high expectations that the PMOs worked in the first place. And companies kind of BSing, I guess, but it like is the company, basically can the company bullshit the FDA one more time? They still have they have they have 3 PMOs. Now, 2 of them have had confirmatory. What about the other one? Is Exonitus at a person ever gonna have one? Oh yeah, I'm definitely not selling. I bought some. Yeah, it's way too cheap. Just on Elevidus alone, you can justify the market cap.
Good afternoon and welcome to Direct's third quarter 2025 financial results. As a reminder, today's program is being recorded. At this time, I'll turn the call over to
Tam Thornton, Director of Investor Relations. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you all for joining today's call. Earlier this afternoon, we released our financial results for the third quarter of 2025. The press release and slides are available on the investor section of our website at sarepta.com, and our 10-Q will be filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission on Thursday after market. Joining us on the call today are Doug Ingram, Dr. Louise Rodino-Klapac, Patrick Moss, Ian Estepan, and Ryan Wong. After our formal remarks, we'll open the call for Q&A. I'd like to note that during this call, we will be making a number of forward-looking statements. Please refer to slide 2 on the webcast, which contains our forward-looking statements. These forward-looking statements involve risks and uncertainties, many of which are beyond Sarepta's control. Actual results can materially differ from these forward-looking statements, and any such risks can materially and adversely affect the business, the results of operations, and trading prices for Sarepta's common stock. For a detailed description of applicable risks and uncertainties, we encourage you to review the company's most recent SEC filings. The company does not undertake any obligations to publicly update its forward-looking statements, including any financial projections provided today, based on subsequent events or circumstances. As noted on slide 3, we will discuss non-GAAP financial measures on this webcast. Descriptions of these non-GAAP financial measures and reconciliations of GAAP to non-GAAP financial measures are included in today's press release and the slide presentation available on the investor section of our website. And now I'll turn the call over to our CEO, Doug Ingram, who will provide an overview of our recent progress. Doug?
Thank you, Tam. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our third quarter 2025 financial results conference call. Next slide, please. We have much to discuss this evening, but let's begin by reviewing the completion of our confirmatory study for our 2 ultra-rare disease PMOs, Vyondys and Amondys, before coming back to our quarterly update. Next slide. I'm going to turn the call over to Dr. Rodino-Klapac very shortly, but let me first give some broad conclusions. First, we are very proud to have completed our primary confirmatory obligations. Both Amondys and Vyondys serve ultra-rare populations with total prevalence numbering for each no more than about 500 to 800 patients in the United States and an incident rate per year of maybe a few dozen patients. This disease is also heterogeneous and degenerates not over months or years, but literally over decades. These together make the powering and conduct of a placebo-controlled trial particularly challenging. I want to give a huge thanks to our investigators and then, very importantly, to the brave families who have had the courage to enroll and risk a placebo arm for 22 months. Without this special community that we serve, we would not have completed this unusually onerous study. Second, when reviewing the evidence to support transition from accelerated to traditional approval of a therapy, one, of course, looks to the totality of the evidence. Here, the division recognized the challenges associated with this ultra-rare disease trial and set out a very specific standard for continuing marketing authorizations. As referenced in our Vyondys approval material, the FDA gave us a very specific written language about voluntarily withdrawing marketing authorization, which would only occur if, quote, no relevant analyses find sufficient evidence of a clinical benefit. As you will hear from Dr. Rodino-Klapac, we believe that we have met that standard and that we have sufficient evidence to discuss with the agency transitioning from accelerated to traditional approval. Consider, as you will have seen in our press release, the study missed its statistical significance. However, the data demonstrated a consistent and clinically favorable trend across the trial population. Importantly, a portion of this study was conducted over the COVID pandemic period, and as with many studies over that period, the study results were impacted for a variety of reasons. During the pandemic, the rate of missed doses was unusually high, with nearly all patients missing doses and approaching half of whom missed substantial consecutive doses. Participants in the study were also largely shut in and suffered deconditioning and loss of mobility. All of this appears to have confounded the results. When one excludes the COVID participants, we see a meaningful treatment benefit, slowing disease progression by about 30%, which Dr. Rodino-Klapac will further explain. Likewise, to enroll this study, we were required to admit a broad population from as young as 6 years old to as old as 13 years old, including those who would clearly have confounding ceiling and floor effects. In a subgroup analysis of those likely to progress, there was a strong statistically significant benefit, and this was across not only the primary, but the other endpoints as well. There's also a wealth of published real-world evidence for the PMOs. As just a few examples of the multiple real-world studies across our PMOs, we see that when tracking Vyondys over 6 years, there's an 88% reduction in risk of loss of ambulation with a Kaplan-Meier analysis of delay of about 3 years. Likewise, with both Vyondys and Amondys, we see over time a significant attenuation in pulmonary decline and a significant delay in time to cough assist and ventilation. We see the same trend in our own study Essence. As part of the benefits they are seeing, patients are required to be infused weekly, a fairly onerous protocol, and yet their compliance rate has been well over 90% commercially year over year over year. When one considers all of the evidence for benefit and then weighs a favorable, stable safety profile as tracked over many years, we believe the risk-benefit remains positive. We not only anticipate continuing marketing authorization, but we believe we have a good argument for traditional approval. Our plan is to schedule a meeting with the division to review the totality of the evidence. Dr. Rodino-Klapac will now discuss those results in more detail. Louise?
Thank you, Doug. Can I have the next slide? Today, we announced the top-line results from our Essence trial, the first placebo-controlled phase 3 study of exon-skipping therapies, Vyondys 53 or gold, and Amondys 45 or casimersen, to treat patients with Duchenne muscular dystrophy amenable to exon 53 or 45 skipping, respectively. To remind you, Vyondys and Amondys are designed to address the underlying cause of Duchenne by restoring the messenger RNA or mRNA reading frame. The therapies use Sarepta's proprietary PMO chemistry and exon skipping technology to skip exons 53 and 45 of the dystrophin gene. Promoting the synthesis of a shortened functional dystrophin protein is intended to slow decline in Duchenne patients. Vyondys and Amondys were approved by FDA via the accelerated approval pathway in 2019 and 2021, respectively. Next slide, please. As shown on this slide, initiated in September 2016, the 225-person Essence study was designed as a double-blind, placebo-controlled trial spanning 96 weeks, followed by a 48-week open-label extension, reflecting the scale, rigor, and long-term commitment required to validate targeted treatments and select rare disease populations such as Duchenne. The trial was conducted across 75 centers in 24 countries. Next slide, please. In terms of baseline demographics, patients were well matched with 2-to-1 treated versus placebo, with numbers of exon 45 and exon 53 amenable patients consistent with the prevalent Duchenne population. Functional baseline characteristics were also well matched. Now turning to the top-line results on the next slide. Essence demonstrated numerical superiority across the primary and most secondary endpoints. However, the study did not reach statistical significance on the primary endpoint, the 4-step ascend at 96 weeks. Let me first highlight the key results, and then I'll provide more detail on each. First, and as mentioned, we believe COVID impacted study results. A post-hoc analysis of participants not impacted by COVID improved study results on the 4-step ascend, with a least squares mean difference of 0.11 steps per second and a p-value of 0.09. Second, when a prognostic score is applied to identify the subpopulation at risk for decline on 4-step ascend, a meaningful and significant treatment response is evident, with a least square mean difference of 0.186 steps per second and a p-value of 0.01. And importantly, there were no new safety signals with comparable AE rates between treated and placebo. AEs were largely mild or moderate. Next slide, please. As you will see on this slide, and as I mentioned previously, Although the data showed numerical superiority, the primary endpoint of this study was not met. Next slide, please. As Doug mentioned, COVID appears to have had an impact on study results. The study itself was challenged operationally during the COVID period, with twice as many consecutively missed doses during COVID versus COVID-free patients, and compressed clinical evaluation schedules. 43% of COVID-impacted patients had consecutively missed doses with an average of 8 missed doses. In addition, published studies specifically on the impact of the COVID pandemic in Duchenne have demonstrated a negative impact on function due to immobility, contractures, and increased weight gain. On this slide, I've highlighted the COVID period that falls in the middle of the ESSENCE study, which began in late 2016 and completed in 2025. We define patients that began and completed their 96 weeks outside of this window as COVID-free. Next slide, please. Notably, a post-hoc analysis of the COVID-free participants improved study results on the 4-step ascend primary endpoint, as shown on the left, with a least square mean difference of 0.11 steps per second and a p-value of 0.09. This equates to an approximately 30% reduction in disease progression over 2 years on the 4-step ascend. This is in stark contrast to those individuals impacted by COVID on the right. Had we seen this effect size in a sample size similar to the whole trial population, we would expect it would have reached statistical significance. Secondary endpoints also demonstrated improved study results in COVID-free participants. Next slide, please.
Ooh, the line was
Separately,
better.
We also performed an analysis using a prognostic scoring method published by the
purple line is better.
CTAP, or Collaborative Trajectory Analysis Project Group, which is focused on Duchenne. This method, published after we commenced ESSENCE, is used to identify the population most at risk for decline and consequently where maximum treatment benefit can be identified by avoiding floor and ceiling effects. The method includes baseline age, 4-step ascend velocity, rise from floor velocity, 10-meter walk-run velocity, and corticosteroid duration and type. The 4-step ascend was the most sensitive endpoint and reached statistical significance with this prognostic score applied. With a clinically meaningful least square mean difference of 0.186 steps per second and a p-value of 0.01. This equates to a 35% reduction in disease progression over 2 years on the 4-step ascend. Next slide, please. There were no new safety signals with comparable adverse event rates between treated and placebo, reinforcing the favorable and manageable safety profile observed with our exon skipping therapies. Adverse events were largely mild or moderate. We believe the totality of these data, along with the real-world evidence, are compelling for AMONDYS and VYONDYS, and we'll be sharing these data with FDA to support SNDA
Compelling.
filings. Next slide, please. Of note, and as you will see here, a number of factors generated from the real-world evidence supports casimersen, including a mean age of 15 years for casimersen-treated patients to need a wheelchair, versus 9.5 to 12.3 years in the literature for standard of care. It also shows a 2.6-year delay in time to reach FVC percent predicted of less than 60% for patients 10 to 18 years old versus matched controls, and a 70% reduction in mortality rate for our PMOs. Next slide, please. On this slide, you will see how the real-world evidence supports golodirsen, including a 3-year delay in loss of ambulation versus external control, a 7.5-year delay in the need for nighttime ventilation, and a 70% reduction in mortality. Next slide, please. As you can appreciate on this slide, the real-world body of evidence supports the effect of our PMOs on the trajectory of Duchenne, including an impressive 5.4-year increase in survival, a 3 to 4 year delay in loss of ambulation, and significantly slower rates of pulmonary and cardiac decline. Next slide. Further, it's important to note that our exon skipping therapies have treated over 1,800 patients worldwide,
They're not
from
pulling it.
infants to adults in their 30s, providing a robust foundation of clinical experience and real-world evidence showing PMOs have been associated
Nothing. I
with
don't think
slowing
anything, Deuce.
Duchenne disease progression. including delayed loss of ambulation, preserved pulmonary and cardiac function, and extending survival. With a patient adherence rate of more than 90%, the sustained use reflects the clinical value of our exon skippers. And we were also pleased to announce at this year's World Muscle Society meeting that a clinically meaningful attenuation of pulmonary decline was demonstrated in patients with advanced Duchenne treated with casimersen compared to matched external controls. And it's also important to note that most of our post-marketing requirements, or PMRs, have been completed. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, with the completion of ESSENCE, we've submitted the top-line results to the agency. We plan to submit a request to schedule a meeting with the division by the end of the year to review the totality of evidence and discuss the path to traditional approval. Our findings will also be shared at future scientific forums with plans for publication in a peer-reviewed journal. I'd like to take this moment to thank the Duchenne community, clinical trial investigators, and KOLs for their unwavering support these past years. Drug development often poses what can seem like unmovable obstacles. In the face of those obstacles, particularly in rare and ultra-rare disease, we remain steadfast in the science and focused on taking the best, albeit at times the more challenging path forward for the benefit of patients. We remain committed to our exon-skipping therapies and to the benefit they have provided and continue to provide to those living with Duchenne. I'll now turn the call back to Doug.
Thank you, Louise. All right, next slide, please. Let's move now to performance. Notwithstanding unprecedented disruptions in the quarter, ELEVIDYS and the PMOs together posted solid net product revenue of $370 million for the quarter. Our Chief Commercial Officer, Patrick Moss, will provide more color on that in a moment. As to the ELEVIDYS label, we have had very productive dialogue with OTP, and we expect the label change process with FDA to be concluded very soon. Dr. Rodino-Klapac will discuss our expectations for the label very shortly, along with our planned trial for the prophylactic treatment of sirolimus. As relates to our portfolio, we are very enthusiastic about our siRNA platform, as the rest of biotech appears also to be enthused with the increasingly de-risked potential of siRNA. Louise will discuss our progress on that in a bit. Finally, I would note that in the quarter, we took several important actions to strengthen our financial performance and align our resources with our strategic focus on supporting our current therapies while we advance our largely siRNA-based pipeline. Our CFO, Ryan Warren,
Top
will
news
provide
alert.
color
Divided Fed
on those
policymakers
actions
stake
in
out
his
positions
remarks.
ahead of December
And with
meeting.
that, I will turn the call back over to Louise again to make some remarks on ELEVIDYS and on our pipeline. Louise?
Thank you, Doug. I have the next slide, please. Moving now to our ELEVIDYS and pipeline updates. Next slide. To update you on the safety label process for ELEVIDYS, as previously discussed, we've agreed to a black box warning for ALI and ALF. Also, consistent with the action we've already taken to pause shipments to non-ambulatory patients, we've agreed with the FDA that non-ambulatory will be removed from the indications and uses section of the prescribing information. Once we have an understanding of the risk-benefit analysis for sirolimus, we will discuss with FDA if data are sufficient to resume dosing non-ambulatory patients. Next slide, please. As you're aware, we convened an expert committee to discuss ALF and the potential of adding additional immunosuppression regimen for the non-ambulant population. Earlier this month, the committee, which consisted of numerous globally recognized, highly experienced medical specialists, including neuromuscular physicians with ELEVIDYS treatment experience, hepatologists, and specialist experience in immunosuppressive therapies, shared their findings at WMS, in which they analyzed and reviewed ALF safety data to identify early indicators of ALI and define populations at elevated risk for ALF. They evaluated and recommended strategies to prevent and mitigate ALI and ALF, emphasizing early risk recognition and patient stratification, a focus on interventions, clinical pathways, and risk-based management. Optimized clinical management approaches for ALI and ALF, including prophylactic immunosuppression and monitoring parameters. Based on these discussions and analyses, the committee endorsed modifying hepatic biomarker thresholds in ALI to facilitate timely intervention. They also recommended enhanced liver characterization at baseline to better understand risk factors of developing ALI. In terms of ALI prevention, they recommended adding prophylactic sirolimus as a second agent to the current corticosteroid regimen, versus increasing corticosteroid doses. And this is 1 to 2 weeks prior to infusing ELEVIDYS. In terms of ALI management, the committee recommended prompt initiation of IV corticosteroids if patients do not respond to oral corticosteroids. Lastly, they emphasized the need to generate real-world and clinical data. For that end, and as we've communicated previously, Cohort 8 of our ENDEAVOR study is designed to demonstrate the effectiveness of additional prophylactic immunosuppression in non-ambulatory patients receiving ELEVIDYS. We are in discussions with FDA about the design of this study and hope to be able to commence it soon. Next slide, please. Also of note at this year's WMS meeting were the results of an independent study led by Dr. Jonathan Soslow from the Department of Pediatrics at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. The study included 20 Duchenne patients who received ELEVIDYS. The first 14 patients received ELEVIDYS with a standard protocol, including corticosteroids, but no additional immunosuppression. The 6 subsequent patients underwent a modified immunosuppression protocol with sirolimus. The objective was to show the initial safety, tolerability, and efficacy of sirolimus prophylaxis. What the results demonstrated was that a low dose of sirolimus prophylaxis appeared to be safe and well tolerated in the Duchenne patients receiving ELEVIDYS, and there were no observed increases in liver enzymes in the 6 patients treated with sirolimus. Next slide, please. Moving now to our pipeline updates. Next slide, and beginning with our LGMD type 2E program. Regarding SRP-9003 for LGMD type 2E, we recently presented positive phase 3 emerging data at the WMS meeting. The study met its primary endpoint, demonstrating a significant increase in beta-sarcoglycan expression. In addition, restoration of other sarcoglycan complex proteins in both ambulatory and non-ambulatory patients was demonstrated. Further, our safety and tolerability results were consistent with previous results. We are encouraged by these data to support SRP-9003's clinical benefit in patients living with LGMD type 2E. To determine the path forward, we have scheduled a meeting with the FDA this quarter. Following this regulatory dialogue, we will assess the requirements and determine the appropriate next steps for the program. Lastly, we turn to our promising siRNA pipeline. The recent activity in this space underscores the significant opportunity for this modality, and we are excited by our potential best-in-class approaches. Our DM1 and FSHD programs continue to advance rapidly. Enrollment is progressing well in both trials. For DM1, enrollment in the SAD study is complete, and cohort 4 of the MAD study at 6 mg/kg is currently enrolling. For FSHD, enrollment of the SAD study is complete, and cohort 6 of the MAD study, or 12 mg/kg, will begin enrolling this month. While we previously expected to release single-dose ascending data by the end of the year, our team is currently prioritizing the transfer and validation of assays necessary to provide high-quality PD data. As a result, we now anticipate sharing these initial results in the first quarter of 2026. We also plan to initiate our trial for Huntington's disease by the year-end. This program utilizes a subcutaneous route of administration aligned for deep brain regions like the striatum, particularly affected by Huntington's. In addition to the second-generation DM1 candidate selected at Yale Close, which has the ability to cross the blood-brain barrier and address the cognitive aspects of DM1, we have also selected 3 of our research targets, which we plan to discuss at a later date. We continue to be excited by our differentiated approaches with siRNA and look forward to updating you in 2026. I'll turn the call over to Patrick Moss for an update on our commercial performance. Next slide. Patrick?
Thank you, Louise, and good afternoon, everyone. My comments today will focus on 3 areas: a review of our Q3 performance, my thoughts on the ESSENCE results, and our expectations for the trajectory of ELEVIDYS. Next slide, please. Total product revenue for the quarter was $370 million, including $131 million in ELEVIDYS net product revenue and $239 million in PMO net product revenue. The pause in shipments to the ambulatory population, which resumed following the FDA's recommendation, created meaningful disruptions to patient access. Some infusion dates were canceled, requiring some families to reinitiate the logistical process, antibody testing, rescheduling appointments, and reconfirming insurance authorization. New patient
Read it says
identification efforts were also
label
delayed
update
as a
expected to
result
have
of
limited
physicians
effect.
requiring clarification on the reasons for the voluntary pause. Despite these challenges, our teams responded swiftly and decisively, working closely with sites and families to ensure continuity of care. Importantly, demand for ELEVIDYS proved resilient amongst those patients that had scheduled infusions, with some infusions resuming within a week of lifting the pause on ambulatory shipments. We also continue to engage our key stakeholders, including payers. We've had productive discussions with payers since the pause and have not seen unfavorable shifts in coverage for ELEVIDYS. In the ambulatory population, approximately 220 million lives have a path to coverage. We continue to fight for our patients, and to date, we're not aware of a single permanent denial for coverage. Our PMO franchise delivered strong demand based on performance this quarter. Performance also benefited from additional shipping days in the Q3 calendar compared to the upcoming fourth quarter. Now, turning to the ESSENCE study, we look forward to connecting with physicians, patients, and payers to share the data at upcoming congresses and through additional compliant channels. We believe the totality of the evidence demonstrating the value of our PMOs will be viewed by HCPs and families as proof of an innovative treatment option that can have an impact on the trajectory of the disease. Our PMOs have generated a significant amount of real-world evidence supporting the efficacy of these products. The real-world evidence, coupled with the data set from ESSENCE, only solidifies our view about the importance of these treatment options for patients living with Duchenne. As evidenced by our Q3 performance, we have successfully restarted shipping for ambulatory patients, and we have begun to see new ELEVIDYS enrollment forms submitted. However, the disruptions in the market this year, combined with the typical seasonal dynamics in Q4, will temporarily impact demand generation and the influx of new enrollment forms. Due to the resulting delays, we expect the Q4 infusion volumes to be flat to slightly down from Q3. Despite these near-term dynamics, we remain confident in the long-term opportunity for ELEVIDYS and are comfortable reiterating our guidance that the ambulant population alone represents an annual revenue opportunity with a $500 million floor. Our conviction is based on the wealth of data demonstrating the benefits of ELEVIDYS. Further, based on our ongoing dialogue with providers, we do not anticipate the inclusion of the box warning in the final label to have a significant impact on prescribing behaviors, and our field teams are fully equipped to support informed conversations with all stakeholders. The data continues to reinforce this long-term view. We are energized by the reception to our data presentations at this year's World Muscle Society. In particular, the 3-year functional outcomes data for ELEVIDYS has resonated strongly with healthcare providers, reinforcing the durability of benefit and the therapy's potential to slow disease progression. Now, to remind everyone, we have now treated greater than 1,100 patients with ELEVIDYS in both the clinical and commercial setting, providing patients with an effective therapy that is designed to impact the trajectory of their disease. Taken together, these results underscore the strength of our portfolio and the resilience of our commercial execution. This team has led an incredible launch through undoubtedly turbulent times, and I have the conviction that this team will continue to deliver results. We remain deeply committed to supporting patients and families, and we are confident in our ability to navigate the near-term dynamics while advancing our mission to transform the lives of those living with this devastating disease. As I continue to meet with HCPs and hear family stories, I am moved by how our therapies are having a positive impact on the lives of patients living with Duchenne. I'll now turn the call over to Ryan Wong to discuss financial results. Ryan?
Thank you, Patrick, and good afternoon, everyone. This afternoon's press release provided details for the third quarter of 2025 on a GAAP basis as well as a non-GAAP basis. Please refer to the press release available on Sarepta's website for a full reconciliation of GAAP to non-GAAP financial results. Next slide, please. I'd like to start my remarks today by thanking the Sarepta team for their commitment and diligence as we executed well against the revised strategy and refocused pipeline that we announced in July. Importantly, we took proactive steps in the third quarter to enhance our near-term liquidity and to improve our balance sheet and debt profile. We monetized strategic investments, completed a debt exchange, which reduced maturities due in 2027 from $1.15 billion to $450 million, and significantly reduced our go-forward cost structure. In Q3, we were cash flow positive. Cash and investments increased from $850 million to $865 million. And from the strengthened financial foundation, we will continue to advance our pipeline and strategy. I will now touch on the key highlights from our third quarter financial results. Next slide, please. Total revenues were $399 million in the quarter, which consisted of $370 million in net product revenues and $29 million of collaboration and other revenues, which relates to contract manufacturing and royalty income from our partnership with Roche. Q3 cost of sales totaled $151 million, up from $92 million in the same quarter prior year. The increase reflects higher Elevidys cost of goods due to depletion of previously expensed inventory and increased failed batch costs. Additionally, we recorded $22 million in charges for write-offs of deposits tied to certain Elevidys manufacturing suites and take-or-pay shortfall payments. Following the pause in shipping to the non-ambulatory population, we acted quickly with our strategic manufacturing partner to align Elevidys production with near-term demand. As a result, we have deferred manufacturing commitments and payments from the first half of 2026 to 2027, while maintaining what we expect to be sufficient inventory to meet global demand. Moving on to expenses. Let me start with the restructuring charge reported in Q3. Following our July business and strategy update, which included a reduction in force and reprioritization of our pipeline, we incurred $41 million in restructuring costs, of which $35 million related to severance and other one-time termination benefits, and the remainder related to the accelerated depreciation of certain impacted assets. Moving next to R&D. In the third quarter, GAAP R&D expenses were $219 million, and non-GAAP R&D expenses were $207 million, both essentially flat to prior year. Nearly half of our reported R&D expense relates to the $100 million milestone paid to Arrowhead for meeting certain enrollment and safety thresholds in our SRP-1003 DM1 program. Turning to SG&A, we reported $92 million and $77 million on a GAAP and non-GAAP basis, respectively, representing a year-over-year decrease of 28% and 23%, respectively. These decreases were driven by lower compensation expenses as well as lower commercial spend following our cost restructuring efforts. Looking ahead to the remainder of the year, we expect combined non-GAAP R&D and SG&A expenses of approximately $420 to $430 million in the fourth quarter. This includes $200 million payable to Arrowhead for the second DM1 milestone, which we anticipate recording in Q4 with payment due in the first quarter of 2026. For the full year, our guidance for combined non-GAAP R&D and SG&A expenses is approximately $1.86 billion. Excluding the Arrowhead transaction costs and DM1 milestones, together totaling $884 million, our underlying expense guidance is roughly $976 million. Recall, our 2025 guidance prior to our July business and strategy update was between $1.2 and $1.3 billion, which means we have reduced planned expenses by nearly $300 million from the midpoint. This reflects our commitment to disciplined capital allocation, and we remain on track to meet our restructuring targets into next year. Lastly, in Q3, we reported an operating loss of $103 million and $36 million on a GAAP and a non-GAAP basis, respectively. Adjusting for the $41 million restructuring charge and the $100 million DM1 milestone, our underlying business would have reported a GAAP and non-GAAP operating profit of $37 million and $64 million, respectively. Additionally, adjusting for the $584 million Arrowhead upfront transaction cost, our underlying business has delivered a robust year-to-date GAAP and non-GAAP operating profit of $436 million and $561 million, respectively. In closing, with our financial performance and the actions we took in the quarter to strengthen our financial foundation, we believe we are well positioned to execute our strategy and meet our financial obligations even under revenue stress test scenarios. Looking ahead, our capital allocation priorities remain focused on investments that drive demand for our on-market therapies and advance our SNRA platform for its potential near-term value inflection points. And now I'll turn the call back to Doug for closing remarks. Doug.
Thank you, Ryan. Let's open the call for questions, and then I'll make some closing remarks.
Thank you. We will now begin the question and answer session. If you have dialed in and would like to ask a question, please press star one on your telephone keypad to raise your hand and join the queue. If you would like to withdraw your question, simply press star one again. We ask that you please limit yourselves to one question to allow everyone an opportunity to ask a question. We'll go first to Anupam Rama at JP Morgan.
Hey guys, thanks so much for taking the question. I had a just quick question on Essence. You guys talked a lot about some of the additional analyses and the COVID impact here. What other endpoints should we be looking for in a publication and or medical conference presentation, FDA package that you think that would be supportive of some of the data that you presented here today? Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I will turn this to Louise.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So first, we'll be looking at the totality of evidence. So Essence will be one part of that, but as we mentioned, the real-world evidence data is significant over many, many years and showing a benefit. In terms of Essence, this is the top line. We have other secondary endpoints that include functional endpoints and also biological endpoints like expression, which are not complete yet. So all of that will be in the final CSR, will be presented to the agency, and then that will be presented in a medical meeting. But as I mentioned in my remarks, the primary and secondaries favored the PMOs, and in terms of COVID, we saw the similar result that we saw with the primary, in which case you saw improvement with those endpoints when you looked at the COVID-free population.
We'll go next to Gina Wang at Barclays.
Thank you for taking my questions. Maybe I'll just follow up regarding the COVID-free population. When we look at the p-value, it is still relatively high. It's a 0.09. So how do you think the FDA will look at, the data sets here, and what could be the potential outcome with the FDA decision? One could be for approval. Should we also be worried about the drug could be pulled off the market as a potential worst-case scenario?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Gina. I'll make a couple comments and then I'll turn it to Luis. First of all, 0.09, I know that the standard is typically 0.05. Interestingly enough, FDA leadership very recently noted with respect to rare diseases that 0.05 is relatively arbitrary and actually cited 0.09 as being potentially acceptable p-value. It says that 91% of the time you're seeing a drug effect, particularly for rare disease. But I would also note that one of the reasons that we're seeing a p-value of 0.09 and we're not seeing a p-value closer to or better than 0.05 is that while 168 patients are included in the analysis here, 57 patients were excluded because their results were affected by the pandemic. And of course, that lowers the powering of this study substantially. So I think in light of the fact that we had to significantly lower the powering of the study to look at 168 versus for the additional 57 we would have otherwise seen, I think 0.09 is pretty darn impressive. And the effect, of course, not just the statistical significance of 0.09, but the effect is really important as we were showing a reduction in decline of 30%, which over the long run will be very, very important to these families. And one of the nice things about having these therapies commercially available for so long is that we get to see what happens over the long term, as you saw with respect to just one example of many, Vyondys. You look at that for 6 years, and these kids are seeing, literally almost 3 years of delay in being in a wheelchair, and the time to ventilation is significantly different. So I think the outcomes are a couple-fold when we talk to the FDA. I really do not believe that there's a risk of losing marketing authorization. It would make very little sense given both the benefits we've seen with this therapy and considering this extraordinarily beneficial safety profile that we've seen over many years, and when considering the standard that the FDA was very specific with us about as they approved Vyondys in particular, and they were talking to Essence, and they said, the standard is you will commit to voluntarily withdrawing marketing authorization, but only in a scenario where no relevant analyses would confirm a clinical benefit. And of course, we don't have that between the real world evidence and the evidence we see here. So that, I don't really think that is in the cards in a rational world. And then the real question is, can we transition this therapy from an accelerated approval to a traditional approval? We certainly think we have a good argument around that. We've been spending an enormous amount of time gathering data that supports this, and we think it would be the most efficient approach, but that will require discussions with the agency, and I can't make a prediction on that in advance of having good, solid discussions and review of data with the agency. Now, I said, Luis, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I will do that, but I did go on a bit of a monologue there.
Yeah, I think you covered it well in there. Thank you.
We'll go next to Tazeen Ahmad at Bank of America.
Hi, guys. Good evening. Thanks for taking my question. Mine's on the upcoming Arrowhead data. I wanted to get a sense of what level of data to expect from these early programs that you're looking at. Importantly, these indications, DM1, FSHD, et cetera, are ones that other companies are pursuing. Can you give us a sense of what level of data to expect so that we can potentially start to compare and contrast with the other programs that are ahead of you in development? Thanks.
Yeah, I'll turn this to Luis.
Sure. Well, of course, so we'll be sharing data with the single ascending dose study, and we'll be looking at safety, and then we'll also have safety data for the multiple ascending dose by that time. So we'll have PK data, that's serum PK, muscle PK, and then, as I mentioned in my remarks, we are working to validate and transfer the assays, the PD assays, and so that is knockdown for DM1 and looking at splicing, and then for FSHD, we're obviously looking at downstream FSHD genes. So these are assays that we want to validate and have through our pivotal studies, and so we're working hard to make sure that these are in a good place so that when we present our PD data, can be carried through throughout our studies. So we're excited to see this result and present it to you early next year.
We'll move next to Brian Abrahams at RBC Capital Markets.
Hi, this is Kevin on for Brian. Thank you for taking our questions. So we just had a couple on the proposed sirolimus study. Maybe can you just provide a little bit more color on any key sort of trial design features left to discuss there with the agency? You know, how confident you are in the protocol that you've previously presented, and what, if anything, could be tweaked there, and would you still anticipate a potential readout in the first half of next year for that study? Thank you very much.
Sure, Luis.
Sure. I think in a general sense, the protocol design will be similar to what we presented. We haven't finalized it with the agency, but in general, in terms of the numbers of patients and the protocol for sirolimus, that hasn't changed. So it's been minor back and forth on the protocol itself. So as soon as we get that study started, we are ready to enroll quickly. Patients are lined up. And so by, as you mentioned, the first half of next year, we'll start to have data on the effectiveness, and then in the second half of the year is when we'll have the full data set for the trial based on starting the trial soon. So we're hoping to get that initiated in the near term.
Our next question comes from Joe Schwartz at Leerink Partners.
Great. Thanks very much. Previously, I think you mentioned that there were around 75 infusion centers around the U.S. that were up and running, although to different degrees. So I was wondering, how many are active once again after the pause, and how much variance is there across these centers in terms of the numbers of patients they're treating with ELEVIDYS now?
Patrick, you can take this one.
Sure. Well, when we look at the top sites, they continue to treat. Now, those less experienced sites, during the pause, they wanted to understand really the information that caused us to pause. But what we've seen now is the majority of those sites are also starting to submit enrollment forms as well.
We'll go next to Andrew Tsai at Jefferies.
Hey, thanks for taking my questions. Appreciate the update. So going back to the PMO franchise, can you remind us when the mission data is for Exondys 51 and how you would define success or failure in that study, since I believe it's a dose response study, so there's no placebo arm? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So that's a really interesting nuance. And Luis, you're going to correct me. I believe the readout date for mission is 2026. To your very good point, mission is a post-marketing commitment that we have with respect to Exondys, but unlike Essence and unlike Vyondys and Amondys, it is not a confirmatory study. So there is no confirmatory study for Exondys, and that was purposeful. The FDA in some of their memos indicated that what they really wanted to see was not a confirmation study, but rather a dose ranging study. So there's essentially it's dose ranging between 30 mg per kg, 100 mg per kg, even up to 200 mg per kg. And so the result of that is really a dose. Is 30 mg per kg the optimal dose, or is 100 mg per kg the optimal dose? And so that's the consequence of that study. It's not a confirmatory study, and that'll read out in 2026, and we'll go from there.
We'll take our next question from Salveen Richter at Goldman Sachs.
Thanks for taking our question. This is Tommy on for Salveen. Just wondering about guidance, if there's anything that you can say on full year for Elevidys and about the stress tests that you've done in the past with the 900 million PMO, 500 Elevidys. And separately, just on Essence, in the context of recent events, we're just wondering if you're confident that the FDA won't move the goalpost here. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was the last question? Move the goalpost for?
For Essence. Thanks.
Oh, yeah. I feel, confident based on the fact that it was in writing. The standard that we were given was in writing. In fact, we had to commit back to them in writing that would be the standard. It did not come from a reviewer. It came from, in the first instance, the head of the neuro division, and then it was cited by the supervisor for over neuro. So I think this was a very well established standard that we have. Plus, the fact is that these therapies have been on the market for a number of years. We have extraordinary real world evidence on their use. As I think we mentioned before, this is one of the most onerous protocols for therapy.
Top news alert. Exclusive Trump ousts watchdog of U.S. housing regulator involved in mortgage probes of his foes, sources say.
On a weekly basis, and yet families, in recognition of the benefits they're seeing, have a compliance rate year over year that's greater than 90% commercially, and the safety profile for these therapies is exceptional, I think would be the fair way to say it. So I don't imagine that there'd be any reason why the division would want to change its standard. It would seem to be unnecessary. As it relates to guidance, we're not in a place to give broad guidance right now, but we feel on the stress test concept, we continue to feel comfortable on that stress test we talked about. That is not our guidance for next year. We're going to come together on that. I'm looking at Patrick when I say that, but we certainly feel very comfortable about that kind of baseline concept of $500 million for Elevidys. Anything else you want to say about that for the rest of the year, Patrick?
Nothing new to add. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll go next to Gil Bloom at Needham & Company.
Good afternoon, and thanks for taking our question. So when should we expect to receive data from expression data from patients receiving prophylactic sirolimus? And would any be provided from the ISD that was conducted separately? Thank you.
Luis?
The expression data would, assuming the study started soon, would be late next year, just in terms of obtaining the biopsies and analyzing them. In the study that Dr. Soslow conducted, the biopsies were not part of that. I think that is something that he's looking at, but that was not part of the original study design.
I think that it's a very good question and a very interesting one. The primary reason that we're looking at the use of prophylactic sirolimus is the evidence we have preclinically and some of the early clinical data that it will greatly enhance the safety profile of this therapy, particularly for non-ambulatory patients. But one of the things we've seen preclinical, we have not seen clinically yet because no one's performed the biopsy yet. But preclinically, we've seen the opportunity to potentially greatly enhance expression, which in turn may significantly enhance benefit and durability and the like. So we're very interested in seeing, in addition to the safety issue, which is without a doubt the primary reason for conducting this study, seeing some of that expression data as well, but that'll be a next year event.
Next, we'll go to Yanan Xu at Wells Fargo.
Great. Thanks for taking our questions. Just maybe a quick follow-up to a prior question. To what degree does FDA's reaction to Essence spill over, for example, to Exondys 51? Is there a possibility that the decision or reaction, positive or negative, is there a mechanism for it to also apply to 51 because there's no formal 51 confirmatory studies? And also wanted to curious, in your mind, what is the relevance of the precedent of NS Pharma, their phase confirmatory trial and that outcome, whether that has any implication to your situation? Thank you.
I think the only thing I'd say about NS Pharma, and we don't know a ton about the details other than I think it is certainly proof that this division is being rational and isn't being, excessively punitive. For those who may not know, NS Pharma had a study for a PMO. That study did not hit stat sig. I think there were some reasons for that, and I think the division's been quite thoughtful about that. And that happened some time ago, and they certainly don't seem to be moving to do anything irrational. To your first question, the question is an interesting one. Do you think the outcome of Essence has some read-through in some way to Exondys? And the short answer is no. It doesn't, either positive or negative. I don't think it gives us a great mechanism to immediately make Exondys, traditional approval if we're able to get the traditional approval for Vyondys and Amondys. And likewise, I don't think it has any other negative read-through to Exondys at all, for the simple reason that Essence is specifically for two therapies, Vyondys and Amondys, that we're in that study, and Exondys doesn't have that kind of study. Again, Exondys was approved with a post-marketing commitment to look at dose ranging. We'll have an opportunity to talk about transitioning to a traditional approval with Exondys, but only after we've completed our post-marketing commitment to look at that dose ranging study of the 30, 100, and even up to 200. And then look at the benefits of that versus the downsides of extra dosing and the time that it takes to infuse. So we'll look at all of that, and that'll be its pathway to a traditional approval if things go well there. But Essence doesn't have a read through there as far as we can see logically.
We'll move next to Mike Ulz at Morgan Stanley.
Good afternoon. Thanks for taking the question. Maybe just to follow up on Essence in terms of timelines here. When could you potentially meet with the FDA, and when would you expect to roughly have a final decision on the PMO franchise? Thanks.
Luis, do you want to take that?
Sure. So the meeting request will go in by the end of the year. So the meeting will take place sometime in the first quarter based on that request. And so then later in the spring, the final CSR will be submitted, and then the outcome of the meeting with the agency will determine next steps. So we'll update when we have something new to share, but the meeting will happen in the first quarter of the year.
We'll go next to Brian Skorney at Baird.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for taking the question. I guess, the study's been running for 10 years now, and the original design was 6-minute walk, and I don't think it was changed to this 4-step ascend velocity until just under a year ago. And prior to that, it wasn't flagged as a key secondary endpoint. So I guess, was switching the endpoint a mistake? What does the 6-minute walk data look like, and what was the rationale last year for changing the analysis?
Louise, do you want to take this?
Sure. Yeah, so we evaluated the endpoints following our ELEVIDYS EMBARK data, and so we did an analysis of endpoints and engaged external KOLs to help us do that, moving to an endpoint that was perhaps more sensitive in this. And based on the data, picking the 4-stair climb versus a 6-minute walk test was the right decision in terms of it was determined to be the most sensitive endpoint in our hierarchy. And I think the additional analyses we did for both a COVID perspective and a prognostic scoring method also showed that when you applied those thresholds, we see that in terms of COVID, we see it almost reach significance. And then when we did with prognostic scoring method, we did see that we reached significance. So it was certainly the right endpoint for the study.
We'll go next to Ritu Baral at TD Cowen.
Good afternoon, guys. Thanks for taking the question. I wanted to dig in a little further on the dynamics that will drive the down quarter next quarter. Can you elaborate on, I guess, the changes in shipment? I mean, is this sort of a lag on the delay that the disruption or the shipping disruption caused, or is it something more fundamental? And sort of wrapped in all of this is, how is safety monitoring around ALIs changing for the ambulatory patients? Are you finding that clinicians are sort of adopting these new monitoring suggestions that were detailed in World Muscle for ambulatory patients, and is that slowing things down? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm going to turn this over to Patrick. I mean, let me say in the broadest of strokes, it is the downstream tail that occurs when you have this massive disruption. I know people were a bit surprised that we were resistant to this temporary pause, but you can see the impact. We had a temporary pause for a very short period of time, but that really creates a significant downstream disruption. We've said many times the process to go from start form to an infusion can be 4 to 6 months. So there's just a resonating impact when you have a complete pause and then you have to restart everything. But Patrick, you can provide more nuance than I can on this.
Absolutely. And I'll add, in addition to what Doug just shared, we have really 3 dynamics this quarter. One, the medical conferences, to where many of our HCPs are out of their offices for many days, weeks at a time. We've got also the major holidays that are going to impact infusions. And then the third is the inevitable illnesses that can pop up this time of the year. So all that comes together, and it's what we've seen last year as well, could impact this quarter's infusions. And so that's why we're projecting this quarter to be flat to possibly down in the fourth quarter.
We'll go next to David Wang at Deutsche Bank.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. So I guess maybe following up on some of the ELEVIDYS dynamics that were already asked about, are you at a place where you can kind of provide a little bit of color on when you think ELEVIDYS demand would be normalized and we might see an inflection in revenues? And then as you think about some of the other competitor gene therapy products out there, one of which I think is seeking accelerated approval, sometime next year, does that factor into kind of how you think about how ELEVIDYS demand may play out? Thanks.
I'm not going to comment on nor editorialize on other people's claims with their drugs, but as relates to commercial performance, Patrick, perhaps you want to provide some commentary on that.
Yeah, and the early view is that, based on our commercial execution and the trends that we're seeing, it does support that floor that we talked about. As we get further into this quarter, we'll also see additional demands and additional enrollment forms come in, and we'll be able to give it an update at a later time, more likely the JP Morgan timeframe.
Next, we'll go to Mitchell Kapoor at H.C. Wainwright.
Hi, thanks for taking our questions. This is Jade on for Mitchell. So you stated today that the majority of previous Elevidys cancellations were reordered, but can you provide the actual hard numbers on the infusion postponements versus the number of cancellations you've gotten? And do you have like an actual number of start forms that have been filed for this third quarter?
Yeah, we're going to use revenue as our metric, so we're not going to provide that level of detail. If you have anything to say, Patrick, about the canceled doses, you can certainly touch on that.
Yeah, so during the pause, we had 14 cancellations, and we have seen 11 of those patients reschedule and were redosed within the August timeframe, and the remainder are still working through the system.
Next, we'll go to Biren Amin at Piper Sandler.
Yeah, hi guys. Thanks for taking my questions. I had a question on Essence. Based on if patients miss doses due to COVID, then you should expect dystrophin production on Western blot and percentage of dystrophin positive fibers to also be impacted between COVID and non-COVID patients. However, there was an analysis that I think the company presented interim data on at the World Muscle Meeting, October 2022, at week 48. That analysis showed no impact for 43 patients that were randomized to either Amondys or placebo on exon skip and dystrophin production, dystrophin positive fibers, dystrophin intensity. Each of these endpoints were p-values stat sig. So I just want to kind of understand, how do you correlate that interim Amondys data on these biomarkers to the final functional data where you did see a COVID impact? Thanks.
Elise, do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, a couple of points on that. So we'll, once we have all of the final data, we can certainly do a sensitivity analysis to look at this. I think one thing to remember is that the patients didn't have, there's not a single patient that had biopsies at each time point, so it's difficult to track. So all patients had baseline biopsies, and then a subset had them at 48 and another at 96. And so once we have all of the data, we can go back and look for sensitivity to see if there was an impact on dystrophin expression. But it is complicated by the fact that not every, that patients didn't have sequential biopsies in the study. In terms of 48 and 96 weeks, they were separate patients.
We'll go next to Gavin Clark-Gardner at Evercore.
Hey guys, I just wanted to follow up on the Elevidys trajectory question. So acknowledging there could be a 4 to 6 month lag, as you noted, have you seen a pickup in start forms over the last 1 to 2 months that gives you confidence there will be a notable revenue pickup in 2026?
Patrick?
We're starting to see sites identify patients and send in their enrollment form. Every patient has a very distinct journey that they have to go through. So it's the antibody screening and the testing and their pre-screening before they even start the authorization process. And so the early trends are supporting the positive outlook. And as we get more data, we'll share at a later time.
Our next question comes from Yigal Nochomovitz at Citi.
Hi, this is Juan Kim on for Yigal. Thanks for taking our question. Maybe just 2 quick ones from us. Regarding Elevidys, can you speak on what you're currently seeing prescribers use Rallis prophylactically for ambulatory patients? And for non-AM patients, can you remind us on the latest thinking around balancing the potential higher risk of infection from using Rallis, and if there was any discussion amongst KOLs or the FDA to not utilize Rallis prophylactically in all non-AM patients given this risk? Thank you.
All right. With respect to the latter question on the non-ambulatory, that'll be the outcome of our study. We feel pretty confident going into it that the risk benefit is going to justify the prophylactic use of sirolimus. We'll only know that when the study reads out, and we'll look at those issues versus potential issues associated with risk of infection. I will say that to your first question, we don't have a systematic look at what physicians physicians might be using prophylactic sirolimus. We definitely have anecdotal evidence that a significant number, particularly more sophisticated physicians, have used it. And what we're hearing, at least anecdotally, is that they're not having a lot of problems with the use of sirolimus prophylactically. So what we've at least heard anecdotally is that some are using it and they are finding it very manageable and I think they find a benefit from it. But this all has to be confirmed. And we have a study that we're going to start when we get the go-ahead with the FDA, which hopefully, again, will be very soon. And then we'll be off, and then we'll get the data back, and we'll get to review it. And if we are confident that it's significantly changed the risk-benefit, we certainly have a lot of conviction that it could, then we're going to talk to the FDA and start testing on ambulatory patients again.
We'll go next to Sami Corwin at William Blair.
Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my questions. Given the turnover at FDA, I understand that you have written guidance previously from the head of neuro, but I guess when was the last time you interacted with a division regarding the Essence trial? And then just curious, the percent of patients that missed consecutive doses in the Essence trial that were in the non-COVID group. Thank you.
As relates to that second issue on the consecutive doses, I think it more than doubled or around doubled in the COVID period versus the COVID-free period. We haven't had any specific discussions other than administrative-related discussions with the agency regarding Essence over the last bit of time. Certainly not in the last 6 months, I don't believe, unless Luis corrects me. But again, I think we're working with I know you've seen, without editorial on it, you see all this sort of turmoil at the FDA leadership level recently over the last few days. But I think at the division level, that's where this decision is going to be made. And I'm confident that the professionals in the division are going to take a careful look at this. And I think we're going to be in good shape with respect to marketing authorization. And I'm hopeful that we'll actually be in good shape when we talk to them about transitioning from accelerated approval to traditional approval.
Next, we'll go to Kristen Kluska at Cantor Fitzgerald.
Hi, this is Rick Miller on for Kristen. Thanks for taking our question. Just one here to follow up on the MISSION trial you said could read out next year for Exondys. Do you have any insight on how the FDA might look at any of these dose-ranging data you could generate there? Would you plan to meet with the agency after that trial, and just any insight you can give on what that conversation might look like?
Yeah, and I think it's going to look at the totality of the evidence from that study and just ask the question, is there a benefit to these patients by increasing the dose, perhaps to 100 mg per kg versus the 30 mg per kg? And, it's going to be a totality of that evidence about whether that occurs or not. On the one hand, there might be a benefit. We might see some benefit either functionally or in expression. On the other hand, it has to rise to a certain bar because we are seeing a benefit from Exondys at 30 mg per kg. And that already takes nearly an hour a week. And if you start increasing the dose to 100, 200 is probably not actually viable for these patients. The amount of time that you're infusing these kids is enormous, and the imposition is extraordinary. So that's the whole thing we're going to have to look at, and then together decide if, the good news is we're going to be completely aligned in our view, the agency and us. If 100 mg per kg was superior to 30 mg per kg for these kids, and the risk benefit and the administrative issues justified it, we'd be fine doing that. But we need to look at that data very carefully. So again, the MISSION is not a confirmatory study. The results of MISSION will either be, we're going to be continuing to distribute Exondys at 30 mg per kg, or we're going to be distributing Exondys at some dose higher than 30 mg per kg. If it was higher, it would very likely be 100 mg per kg.
And next, we'll go to Andy Chen at Wolfe Research.
Thank you for taking the question. This is Brendan on for Andy. Regarding your floor assumptions on ELEVIDYS sales, to what degree are you factoring competitive pressures from emerging therapies? Thank you.
We've considered emerging therapies. Again, this is just a stress test. It's not our guidance. It's just, this is This is a number that we would be very comfortable. We'd be in fine financial shape. We'd be able to maintain our revolver and pay our debts and advance all of our programs. So we're feeling very comfortable about that as a floor.
And that concludes our Q&A session. I will now turn the conference back over to Doug for closing remarks.
Well, thank you all very much for spending some time with us this evening. We all look forward to continuing to update you as we get through the rest of this year, and we'll have some additional milestones. And as we look forward into next year, we'll provide updated guidance next year, of course, and then we're really excited early next year to provide you.
Yeah, real great fuckface. Ah, why? Why me? Well, the good news is I didn't have too much going in. The bad news is I basically put my whole portfolio in it. About a 40% position. Actually, more like 50. My average is 1650. You know it's going to keep going down, right? It's a piece of shit. Wifey's never going to forgive me. What the fuck? 15 already? God. I got nothing. This is some shit. This is some shit. The fuck? $16.45 average. Denny's take private? Wow. Oh, they delayed the earnings. Wow. No way. Good for Denny's. This fucking capitulation on Sarepta, man. It's fucking insane. Okay. Okay. Freed up some capital. Let's go ham. We already have been ham for what it's worth. Tomorrow is going to be an interesting fucking day. I mean, Cure had a big bounce back, right? Cure was fucking $20 this morning, right? We turned that frown upside down. Cure bounced 50% from that low. Was Cure really $15? You could have doubled your money in Cure today. Yeah, same shit on Sarepta. Same shit. You know the playbook. I'll buy 1 million of this shit. I don't give a fuck. You think I give a fuck? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Thank you. Keep panicking. Keep panicking, you panicins.
Top news alert. Starbucks to sell control of China business to Boyer Capital and $4 billion deal.
Top news alert. Skrelly's a fucking baggie. Bag holders anonymous. Problem is I have fucking Capra coming up. I have Quantum breaking down. So I really don't want to fucking just randomly have to deal with Sarepta for the next fucking 3 months.
That drug pharmacy dude, Martin, what's his name?
Shkreli?
Shkreli.
That drug pharmacy dude. Martin Baggy. Yeah, I'm almost break even. My average is now 1639.
That drug pharmacy dude, Martin, what's his name?
Martin Scarelli.
Shkreli? Baggy. All right, user. Garbage fucking fraud fucking dud piece of shit. Palantir's not red yet. Oh, wait. Maybe it is from the close. I think the PMOs stay, man. Obviously. Obviously. Nothing changed. Why is it down? Nothing's changed. I'm coping. I get British when I cope. Allahu Akbar. Call the Koreans. The Koreans can help. We were your enemies. Now we will be friends. Oh, Korean help. Oh, we see you, Baggy. We want to help. We will buy. Really? No, you're gay. No, I don't think they would. Exondus or Edelperson seems like it's kind of permanently approved. I don't know. Fucking with Vinay in there, you never know, especially with Tidmarsh now gone. Vinay playing politics killed off Tidmarsh. House of Cards and fucking FDA. For real, for real. Oh, when is AMD? I'd short some AMD. It'll take more than a few weeks, I think. But maybe you're right, Goodman. I see what you're saying. It would take a few weeks for the market to get it. Yeah, that's probably true. For the market to understand the situation. Oh, Miss Kim is going to have my ass. Why you fucking buy this garbage? Laundromat make profit. Laundromat works. Sarepta drug don't work. This stupid Baggy. How many times I have to tell you? Buy real company. Biotech not real. It's like Quantum. You make fun of Quantum, this is worse. Fucking Baggy. We need a real Miss Kim. I need to find a Korean woman who I can interview. Well, I'm not, really hurting too much on Sarepta. It's just annoying. I think a lot of you guys are hurting more than I am. Yeah, I don't think people want to fuck with DMD. They learn the hard way.